All right, we should be good. Shout out to the gang in the building. Y'all know what to do. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can see me. And welcome, y'all. We looking all crispy and clean on the screen. Welcome back to another YouTube, a live stream, and another episode of the ClassE Morning Show. I'm your host, ClassE, at patreon.com/ClassEbeats. By the way, the link is in the description as well as in the pinned comment in the chat. Today, we're going to get into it. We're going to get back into the Nicholas Kassotis trial. We're going to hear from some more experts, and we're actually going to hear from Mindy's parents today. Well, this is going to be an interesting one for sure. And then, of course, we'll jump into the regular trial from today, and then we got a couple other topics we're gonna cover too, from Diddy to Young Thug to a lot of things that are just going on in the legal world. But before we get into it, I gotta say what's up to the people, man. Shout out to everybody who's in here. Y'all know we've got my awesome, amazing Amy is in the building. We've got Kelly Berg is in here. Les Cleaver, Slim Life, good to see you. Appreciate y'all. We've got Virginia Wiley is in here. Jay Buckmaster's in the building. Mary's back at it as well. And I'll be saying what's up to a couple of you as we go throughout the show. Now, before we get into it, I do not ask for much on this show, but the one thing I do ask is that y'all like the video on your way in. I know 600 of you have already done that, so thank you to y'all for doing that. If you haven't yet, like the video. Likes are free, helps the channel continue to grow. It lets the algorithm know that you're enjoying the show, and it shares this video, the live stream, and all other videos we're going to post throughout the next coming weeks with other people. So thank you to those of you who've done that. If you're feeling extra generous, you can share the video out as well. There's a little share button. It'll either say share or you'll see an arrow that is pointing to the right, and that'll allow you to click and share to Facebook, Instagram, X, and even your group text chat. All right, it's absolutely crazy. So share the video if you're feeling extra generous. I also will be shouting out as we go throughout the show everyone who goes the extra mile and sends in super chats as well. So let me go ahead, and I have to say thank you and shout out everyone who sent in super chats. We've got my guy Les Cleaver in here, one of the hardest working folks I know in the community. He says, thank God it's Friday with the 5 bomb. I pray each of you have a blessed day and weekend. Please be safe, have a fun day, and stay cool. I want to see you all Monday. Amen. Shout out to Les Cleaver. Thank you for that so much. We've got Slim Life New Jersey in here with the 5 bomb as well. She says, good morning, ClassE, Amy, and fam. Happy Friday. I hope everyone has a great weekend. Remember, God is good all the time, and all the time, God is good. Amen to that. And you're all amazing. Love y'all. Shout out to Slim Light coming through with the early super chat. And then last but certainly not least, we've got Virginia Wiley in here as well with the 5 bomb. Says, good morning, ClassE and my CEB family. Happy Friday. Let's live and conquer the purpose God has created us to do. Ooh, I like that. Have a blessed day and productive day. Shout out to Virginia Wiley in here. Y'all preaching, y'all getting us started with church early today. Thank you again to everyone who shows love and supports via super chats. I'll be reading those as we go throughout the show. We'll be taking some breaks, but I know y'all want to get into it. We've got a lot to cover today, so let's go ahead and get into this coverage. I actually need to update this because this is day 3, not day 4. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a little bit of a rewind and go back in time for this Nicholas or Nick Kassotis trial. Now, what we're going to hear next, we're going to hear from Mindy. The victim in this case is her parents, and they're going to talk about what their experience was, maybe some things that they saw with Nick before everything went down, and unfortunately their daughter lost her life. Let's go ahead and get into it. Let me know what y'all think about this in the comments in the chat. Here we go.
Good afternoon. If you would please raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Thank you, and please have a seat. If you can sit where you're close enough to that microphone, that will.
Okay.
Thank you. Proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The judge told you if you can just stay close to the microphone, it'll keep your voice nice and loud, okay? Can you please tell us your full name and spell it for the court reporter?
Betsy Longwell, Madden. Last name is as in Mary, E as in boy, A-N-E.
Do you work for a living?
I do.
What do you do?
I'm a legal assistant at Turner Paget Law Firm in Augusta, Georgia.
Okay.
There goes
How long
the
have
sound.
you been doing that for a living?
A million years? No, I'll probably like, then everyone will know how old I am, like 50 years.
Okay, quite some time.
Yes,
Okay, has that always been what you did?
except for a very short insurance stint.
Okay. Did you work for different companies though?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And are you married?
I am
What's your husband's name?
Frank Mevin III.
Shout out to Frank.
How long have you two been married?
47 years.
Okay.
Wow.
And in that time, did you and he have any children?
We did. We have 3 children.
And who are they?
Mindy and Frank IV and Matthew.
Okay. Can you tell us in order who's the oldest to youngest?
Yes, Mindy's the oldest, and Frank IV is
Dang, that's
the
tough.
middle child, and Matthew's our surprise.
Okay. How old is Matthew?
He's 21.
And Frank the fourth?
40.
And how old was Mindy when she passed?
She was 40.
Okay. So that's about 3 years ago now, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Frank the fourth married?
He is.
What's his wife's name?
Megan Beckmeyer Mevin.
Okay. And what
Getting
about
the
Mindy?
whole
Was she
genealogy
married?
here.
She was.
Who was she married to?
Nicholas Kassotis.
And did he have any other name that he went by when you knew him?
He started using the last name Stark.
So he went by Nicholas Stark at some point as well?
Yes,
So he is a writer, or is
Do
a
you
writer.
see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point out where he's at?
Over there.
If the record can reflect, Your Honor, she is pointed at the defendant. When did you first meet Mr. Kassotis?
Let's see. They got married in 2016.
I wonder if
It
she
was
thinks he did it.
probably maybe the end of 2014, maybe.
Okay. And do you know how they met?
Yes, I believe they met on an online dating service. I just remember Romeo something. I don't remember the full name.
Okay. And as a result, did they ultimately get married?
Yes, they did.
And I believe you just said that was in approximately 2016.
Yes.
When they got married in 2016, where was the wedding?
It was at Marvin Park outside. It was maybe 20 miles or so from Alexandria, Virginia, outside of D.C.
Okay. And do you know where they were living at the time?
Alexandria, Virginia.
So they were living in Virginia itself?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, was Mindy working?
She was.
Do you know what she was doing for a living?
She worked at a law firm in D.C., and then she wanted to try the nonprofit route, so she went in and worked for several nonprofits, and I believe her last job was in the plastics industry,
Okay.
working for them, trying to help them be able to keep plastic bags in stores and stuff.
Okay. What kind of education did Mindy have?
She finished her high school, she had a college degree, and then she also had her master's, I think it was.
And in that time that you provided those different jobs you just described, was that all in the D.C. or Virginia, D.C. area?
She went to college in Savannah at Armstrong,
Okay.
and then when she moved to D.C., that's when she got her further degree at Virginia Tech, I believe it was.
Okay. Is that where she met Mr. Kassotis up by Virginia?
Yes, when she was living there, yes.
Okay. Do you know what Mr. Kassotis was doing when they first met?
He was working as a JAG at the Pentagon.
And when you say a JAG, can you tell us what
Wow.
did you think that meant?
He's a lawyer,
Okay.
working for the Pentagon in the Navy.
Okay. So you knew he was a member of the Navy as an office, as a judge advocate general. Is that what that means?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know exactly, or did you know exactly what his job description was? Like what type of law he did? Did you know?
I know he had something to do with foreign affairs. Well, I think he had something to do
looks
with,
like they're free
with
from.
foreign affairs.
Okay. If you know, did you know what his title or rank was?
I do not.
Okay. So when he was working at that time, you said he was working at the Pentagon. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was with the Navy, you said, right?
Yes.
Do you know how long he had been with them? Only if you know.
I don't.
Okay. But he was there when him and Mindy met?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that they were married, and that was outside of, I think you said, Morven. Is that right?
It was a place called Marvin Park out. It was a few miles from Alexandria.
Okay. Were you present for their wedding?
Yes.
And when was that, if you recall?
So they were all pretty close.
I
to
believe it
seeing
was October 2016.
Okay. And at that time, was it a big wedding?
No, I wouldn't say it was a big wedding. A decent sized wedding, but it also happened in concert with Hurricane Matthew, so there were a lot of people who couldn't come because of hurricanes.
Okay. As a result of that wedding, did you have an opportunity to meet some of Mr. Kassotis' family?
Yes.
And did you know them before then?
I believe we had met before the wedding.
Okay. Did Mindy's friends come to the wedding?
Yes, they did.
Did
Wow.
you know some of them from before the wedding?
Absolutely.
Did you stay in touch with any of them after the wedding?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you knew Mindy's closest friends?
Yes,
For example, do you know Angela Wynn?
I do.
I wonder
And
if we're
who
gonna
was
hear from
she in
Angela.
reference to the wedding itself?
She was Mindy's matron of honor.
Okay. And were there bridesmaids at the wedding as well?
There were.
Did you know any of them?
Yes. At least one of her friends from high school days and
Okay.
several others.
Okay. And did you communicate with them, meaning her friends, ever as a result of your interaction with Mindy? And what I mean by that is because they were Mindy's friends, did you ever have communications with them too?
Yes,
Okay. Do you stay in touch with some of those women now?
I do.
You indicated that there were people from Mr. Kassotis' family present. Do you recall who was there
Are you talking about at the wedding?
at the wedding?
His mother and father and his brother.
Okay. Do you see any of them here today?
Yes.
Can you please just point out where they are?
Over behind the defense table.
And who of them is present?
Nick's parents are here. I haven't seen his brother in a while, so I think that's his brother over there also.
Okay. And with respect to
I
that,
feel like she doesn't think he did it.
do you know if Mr. Kassotis had been married before he married Mindy?
Yes, I believe he was.
Okay. Do you know how many times he had been married before he met Mindy?
Only one that I know about.
Okay. Did you know her name?
No, because I hate to say that, my daughter would just say she who will not be named.
Okay.
She never really, I didn't know her name.
Okay. But you just knew that he had
Yes.
previously been married?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Kassotis and your daughter have children?
Did they have children? No.
During the course of the time that they were married, do you know if they tried to have children?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Why do you say that?
Well, we were told that Mindy was pregnant, so
Do you know if she had
Interesting.
any miscarriages during the course of their marriage?
I think she had one several years before she died, but
Okay. And so it was
She's
your
saying she
understanding
died.
that while she was last alive, she was pregnant.
yes.
Did they give you an idea, and I say they, I mean, did your daughter specifically tell you when she was due?
I think it's interesting the wording that she's used here. I don't know if it's just a form of grieving, but the fact that she used the word died and not murdered, it again, I'll let the body language, Amy's going to give her comments on this. I'll let the body language experts and the psychologists handle this. I think it's very important. And also her demeanor on the stand. She's not looking or doesn't seem to have disdain for Nick or his family. So I don't know. This is just it's very interesting to watch. I don't want to say it's strange, but I think there's a reason she's using certain words and behaving a certain way. We'll see as the testimony goes along.
She didn't specifically tell me. Mr. Kassotis told us
When did he tell you she was due?
January 8th.
January 8th of 2023.
3.
Did they tell
I wonder
you
if she spoke with
did he
Nick.
tell you whether it was a boy or a girl?
I believe he said it was a girl.
Can you tell us how was their marriage between 2016 and 2018? Were there any problems?
Objection calls for speculation.
If she knows.
Do you know, ma'am?
I thought they
She
had a
doesn't
good
seem
marriage.
angry at him.
So there didn't seem to be any problems.
We'll see what the
merely my
dad
question.
says.
My apologies if that was inartful. Did there come a time when something occurred to make you believe that there was a change in their marriage condition?
Yes, when they actually were sort of hiding out because they we were told they feared for their lives.
Who told
Backing
you
up
that?
Nick's story.
Mindy and Nick.
Okay. Did they give you any specifics about why they were fearful of their lives?
Yes, first we were told they'd been hacked. Then we were told another story about Nick was supposed to be working for Microsoft, and he had taken on work for some smaller company underneath Microsoft, and he had solved some kind of an algorithm, and they were giving him company stock, and I guess it was supposed to be, I don't know. That's all I know.
Okay.
Sorry.
Was that information conveyed to you by whom? Your daughter or Mr. Kassotis?
Probably my daughter.
Okay. And so she was telling you what the concerns were surrounding their danger?
Yes.
Okay. And when did this first start happening to you, your recollection?
I would say maybe late 2018 or early 2019 would be my best. That's sort of a best guess.
Okay. As a result of those problems, did they ever have to move?
Yes, they started moving from place to place, and we didn't always know where they were. So
When did they start moving, if you recall?
around that same late 2018, early 2019 time.
Do you know if they left Virginia?
Yes, they did.
Do you know what
I
happened?
mean, I don't know how long they
It's
were in
backing up
Virginia,
Nick's story.
but they did leave Virginia.
And you indicated that they had been living in Virginia at some point when they were
Yes.
first married. Did you ever visit that home?
I did.
Do you know what happened to that home?
I don't.
Okay. And when they were in Virginia, you said they started moving. Do you know if they ultimately left Virginia?
Yes, they did.
Do you know where they went?
I believe North Carolina, and I know at some points they were in South Carolina. I'm not sure of anywhere else.
Okay. And how did you get information of where they were?
We communicated by Signal, the Signal app.
Can you tell us what Signal app is to the best that you understood?
An app where you could communicate, but in short time afterwards, it would be erased and there would be no record of it.
Who asked you to start using Signal app?
Mindy and Nick.
Had you ever used that before?
Interesting.
No,
Were you familiar with it before they asked you to use it?
only from reading about it in a book.
Okay. And was that the means by which you started communicating with them?
Yes.
And was
Sometimes email, but mainly Signal.
Okay. And when you started using Signal app, was Mr. Kassotis still in the Navy at that time?
No.
Do you know how or what happened in terms of his departure from the Navy?
We were told that he wanted to go into some other field, and I believe he worked for maybe the Department of Veterans Affairs shortly and for a while. And
So was your understanding that was why he left?
yes,
Okay. And that was the job you thought that he took after he left the Navy?
yes,
Okay.
It's-
Do you
this
know
is
what
interesting.
he did for the Department of Veteran Affairs?
no.
Did he ever tell you?
I don't. I mean, I know he's a lawyer, but I don't really know.
Okay.
So.
Did there come a time when Mindy and Mr. Kassotis wound up moving somewhere where you were
Everybody
present
loves
as well?
Signal. I'm gonna start using
Yes.
Signal.
Tell the jury how that came to be the situation.
Well, I know they came down one Christmas and spent Christmas in Hilton Head when we were living there, and
When you say we, who do you mean?
my husband and myself, my son, and my daughter-in-law,
Okay.
Frank the Fourth and Megan,
Okay, and so do you mean Frank the Fourth then and Megan?
and my husband. Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
and where was Matthew?
Oh, poor Matthew. I just totally forgot him.
Okay.
Yes, Matthew also. I'm
That's
sorry.
funny.
Okay, well, at some point did Matthew go to school?
Yes, he went to college after he graduated high school. So
Okay, was that an away school or was he
yes,
home?
no, he went to school in Douglas, Georgia, 2 years, and then to Milledgeville 2 years.
Okay, so he had moved out of the house, Matthew, at that point? When he went to college?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were living with Frank the Fourth and Megan, where in the country were you living at that time?
Hilton Head, South Carolina.
Okay.
Oh,
and
shout
were
out to
Mr.
Hilton Head.
Kassotis and your daughter with you at that point?
No, they did come. I believe it was February 2021.
Okay,
They
so-
called Frank the Fourth and asked him to come pick them up in Beaufort, and so he did, and he brought them back to the house to live.
Okay, so were you at the house with Frank the Fourth and Megan for a period of time before they moved in?
Yes,
Okay, and when they moved in, did they bring anyone with them?
their dog Rusty.
Okay, when they came to stay with Frank the Fourth and Megan, was Mr. Kassotis working?
He had his computer and he was doing computer work.
Okay, and describe for the jury what you saw.
Yeah,
him
I know
doing
all these
on a
places
day-to-day
she's talking
basis.
about.
He would get up in the morning and work all through the day on his computer and into the early morning hours.
Okay, did you ever have an opportunity to look at what was on his computer monitor?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Well, for one reason, I wanted to be respectful, and I also thought it wasn't any of my business, but
Did he ever advise you weren't permitted to look?
Objection to leading.
Withdrawn. I'll rephrase. At that point, you believed he was working for what company?
She's not nervous.
something
At
to do
all.
with Microsoft.
Okay, but you didn't know more than simply that?
No,
Okay.
I did not.
And when you observed him, you said he was working from the early morning hours until late at night, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I wonder if she's
Were you
testified
ever able
before.
to hear him having communications with anybody by WebEx?
No, I never did.
Did you ever have any opportunity to hear meetings by any other platform, like Skype or anything like that?
No, I did not.
So all you saw was him working on the device?
Yes.
Okay. Was Mindy working at the time?
No, she was not.
Okay. Do you know why she was not working?
Well, one basic reason was she was scared to death to leave the house. So,
Tell us what you mean by that.
well, there was supposed to be people after them. They supposedly had security, and so she was truly fearful for her life.
Did you believe that?
Yes.
And when you said that she was fearful for her life, did you ever see the security team that they referred to?
No, I did not.
Did you ever speak to anyone from a security team?
Only by email.
Okay. At some point, there were email communications.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you believe?
I think, and I see what y'all are saying in the chat. I think she truly believed what Mindy and Nick were saying because she got to hear the story from them. She just said she believed what Mindy said, that her and Nick were in danger for their life for whatever reason. And she's backing up Nick's story. She's backing up Nick's defense that somebody else could have and did do this. So I think the reason she's behaving this way is because she thinks that Nick is innocent. She doesn't believe that Nick did this. They ran off together. They told them what was going on together. They made them aware of everything that was happening. And if she would have seen something that maybe she thought was strange, maybe she feels like she would have noticed that. Also, going to Amy's association or disassociation comment, it could be that maybe she just doesn't want to feel any guilt. Maybe there is something that she can think of in her mind that she noticed that would lead her to believe that Nick is capable of this, and she doesn't want to have that guilt. There's just so much going on here. It's
That was
very
the
strange.
security team.
I did.
And tell us what the living arrangements were at Frank and Megan's house.
She's
They
backing up
had
the
a
story.
2-story house. The bedrooms were upstairs, and Frank and Megan had the master bedroom. And then when Mindy and Nick came to live there, I moved into the little kind of middle bedroom so they could have the bigger bedroom and lots of windows and stuff.
Okay. So all of you each had, meaning each couple, had your own bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did there come a time when there were any problems with the living arrangements with Frank and Megan?
I'm trying to think exactly when it was. Maybe like March or April of 2022, with the real estate market, they wanted to sell their house because there was such a good real estate market, and so that's when problems started to occur.
Okay. What were those problems?
Well, they asked Mindy and Nick to please have their security move them somewhere else so they could get the house ready to sell. And with they had Rusty, and so it was hard to put your house on the market with all of that going on.
Okay. And at that time, you believed that the security team was supposed to move Nick and Mindy?
Yes.
Okay. Did they move out?
They did, but my son finally, after weeks of going on, he finally went and filed an eviction,
So
hoping to force the security people to do something.
Okay. And the security people, were they providing any, if you know, was any money being paid to Frank and Megan for Mr. Kassotis and Mindy staying at Frank and Megan's house?
I don't really know.
Okay. But it was your understanding that the security team would have to move them?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, did Mr. Kassotis and your daughter leave the residence?
They did.
Do you know what the circumstances surrounding that were?
Yes. Frank IV filed the eviction, and it got down to where however many hours or days it is, we were down to the last couple of days, and I told Nick, Frank IV is dead serious about this. Y'all need to be gone when they were out of town for a few days because it was Memorial Day. So I said, when they get home, y'all need to be gone. And so I said, I can help. I can pay for a hotel for a few days if that'll help you. So we ended up loading up, and I took them to a hotel in Savannah.
Okay. And when you say I took them, were you alone at that time with the two of them and the dog?
Yes.
Where was your husband Frank and your son Matthew?
Matthew played ball in the Northwoods League for a team in Illinois, so Frank had taken him to Illinois to get him settled and stayed a few days, and so he wasn't there.
So neither of them were there with you at the time?
Correct.
Okay. And you said we all loaded up in the car. Whose car?
It was actually Matthew's old Altima.
Did Mindy or Mr. Kassotis have a vehicle at that point?
No, they did not.
Okay. And you drove to Savannah with them?
Yes.
And you said, I believe that was Memorial Day weekend, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got here, did you wind up paying for that hotel, or did they?
No, I paid for more than a few days, a week, maybe a week or two, and then I finally said, we just can't keep doing this. So,
the security team didn't pay for the hotel?
No.
And when you got to Savannah, you said you paid for about a week or two. Where did you move after that, if you did?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
You said you stayed in a hotel for about 2 weeks, right?
They did.
They did.
They
Okay.
did, yes.
And
Okay.
that was them by themselves?
Yes.
My apologies.
No,
So
no problem.
where were you staying at that point?
I was still with Frank and Megan until they sold the house, and
I see. So you paid
They're
for
really close.
Mr. Kassotis and your daughter to stay in that hotel, and you then stayed with Frank and Megan?
yes, like I had been before. Yes.
Okay. Did there come a time when they moved out of the hotel?
Yes. Mr. Kassotis said he had arranged a place in Savannah, so and asked us if we would like to come and stay with them. So we all of us did.
Okay. Okay. And when you went to stay with them, where did you go to stay?
It was a house on 65th Street
Okay.
in Savannah.
Do you know what kind of a property that was? Meaning, did they own it? Did they rent it? Did they?
It was rented or Airbnb, something like that.
Okay. And at that point, who was paying for the property?
Mr. Kassotis.
Okay. And was Mindy still not working at this point?
Yes.
Did Mindy leave the house at all?
No.
We all have a lot of
Did
questions.
Mr. Kassotis leave the house?
Yes, he did.
How did he, when he left the house, was he on foot? Did he have a car? How did he go?
I don't remember exactly when it was. When we had been there a little bit, Nick got a car, but before that, Frank would take them wherever they wanted. My husband, Frank, would take them. If he needed to go to the store or wherever, he would take them.
And at this point, when Frank was driving them, did you have concerns about their safety? Meaning Frank and Mr. Kassotis, if they went to go do errands or things?
No, not really.
Why not?
I don't know. I just never really was fearful when they went out.
Did you work?
I did. I was working at a law firm in downtown Savannah.
Did you go to work every day?
I did.
Did you ever have conversations with Mr. Kassotis about your safety?
Once or twice.
Did he ever express concerns about your safety?
Only after one time when
might be
we were
running from
told
the
that
Clintons.
Nick's father and uncle had come to the house, and so that after that, they told me what kind of car it was. So I remember if I was out walking by myself in downtown, I would look for that car or van or whatever it was.
Did he tell you what type of car?
He did, but I couldn't. I don't remember what it was.
Okay. But other than that, he never expressed concerns for your safety being out, going back and forth to work every day.
No.
Did you ever meet Mr. Kassotis' employers?
No.
Did you meet his coworkers?
Just his friend Cameron that was in the wedding.
Okay. Was that a coworker from what time period in his life?
I believe from when he was at the Pentagon.
Okay. Did you ever meet any of his
Something's-
coworkers from when he worked for Microsoft?
No.
Going
Other
on
than
here.
on the computer, did you ever meet anybody associated with those positions?
No.
And I say on the computer, I mean when he was using the computer.
Yes.
Did he continue to use the computer all day, every day at the place in Savannah?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Nick knew too much. Something.
Now, you said that you stayed in the house in Savannah. Can you describe for the jury what the house was like? What did it look like?
Well, when you came into the living room, and then there was like a small bathroom, then a small dining room, and then the kitchen, and then there was a pretty good sized like a den or a PV room, and then there were 2 bedrooms and a full bath in between the 2 bedrooms, but they were separated by the bath. So,
Okay. So there was a bedroom, a bathroom, and then a second bedroom?
yes.
Were there doors between the bathroom to the bedrooms or just in the hallway?
I'm not sure if there was a door that actually led back there or not. I'm not sure.
Okay. But you could get in there from the hallway?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the door you used?
Yes.
Okay.
I
Now,
agree,
you
Amy.
said there was a second bathroom as well. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have a, quote, designated bathroom that you and your husband used, or did you share? How did that work?
We all well, there was only one there was a shower in the main bathroom, but we were all on different schedules, so we never had a problem with that. And then you could always go to the other bathroom if you needed to.
Okay. Now, when you stayed in the house, which of the bedrooms was yours, meaning you and Mr. Frank?
As you would come in, we were the one on the left. Theirs was the one on the right.
Okay. And where was Rusty at this point?
Either in the bedroom or sometimes he would come out to the den and let us pet him and stuff.
Was he a shedder?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of a dog was Rusty?
I don't know what breed, but he was kind of large
Okay.
but very sweet.
Okay. Do you know what color he was?
Kind of a reddish brown.
Okay. And Rusty stayed at the house with you, though, while you were in
Yes,
Savannah?
he did.
Okay. Now, at this point, you had told us that there was a security team in place that you believed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
What is going on
at
here?
this point, did you have a good relationship with your daughter?
Yes.
Do you think you knew her pretty well?
Yes, I do.
Would you have considered her gullible?
No.
So when she told you she was afraid, did you believe her?
Absolutely.
Okay. And did her behavior seem to be consistent with that?
Yes. Very much so.
Okay. Did you believe Mr. Kassotis when he advised you that they were in danger?
Yes.
Did he ever try to prevent you from going to work?
Only one day when he said there was something big happening, and he said he thought I should not go to work, and so I didn't. I said I had a problem that day and couldn't come to work, and so I didn't.
But other than that day, did he ever
No.
tell you to stay at home for your own safety?
No.
To your knowledge, and from your interaction being in the house, did you believe that your daughter was still happily married to Mr. Kassotis?
Yes, I did think so.
Okay. And at some point you indicated that they advised you, or he advised you that she was pregnant?
Yes.
Okay.
Man, Mindy
Do you
might
know
be
if
in
having a
witness
baby was
protection or
important to them?
something.
Did they ever talk about it with you?
I think it was, yes.
Okay. And even in the middle of all the security risk, they still wanted to have a child?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever go to the doctor with her?
No, I did not.
Do you know who her doctor was?
No.
Do you know what facility she was being seen at?
No.
Did Mr. Kassotis ever tell you any of that information? Meaning where?
About the doctors?
Yeah.
No.
Now
This
I'm
is
going to direct your
also
attention to
odd.
November of 2022. Were you still at the Savannah house?
Yes.
So you had moved in around, you said, I believe, Memorial Day, is that right?
Well, no, that's when we actually left Frank and Megan's house. It was sometime in June, and we were still there in November.
Okay. And when you talk about November, what were your plans for Thanksgiving?
Matthew and his baseball friend were going to earn extra money by working at Kenny B's in Hilton Head. They did a bunch, like 250 turkey packages, so they helped fry turkeys and put packages together and take them out to people's cars. So we all went to Hilton Head the Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving, until Sunday afternoon.
When you say we all, who are you referring to specifically?
My husband, myself, Matthew, and his friend Bradley.
Okay. So Rusty, Mindy, and Mr. Kassotis did not join you?
No.
Do you know where they were when you left for Thanksgiving on that Wednesday, the day before?
At home, as far as I knew.
Okay. Do you know at that time when you left for Thanksgiving, how was Mindy feeling?
She'd been having some blood pressure problems, so sometimes she would lay down at night so that she could stay up until Nick would come to bed. So
Okay. Why did you believe she had blood pressure problems?
I believe that's what I was told.
Okay. Do you remember who told you that?
No, I don't.
So would it have been one of them, meaning
Yes,
your daughter
yes.
or Mr. Kassotis? Okay. Were there any other people that ever told you about her medical conditions
No,
or her pregnancy?
no,
Just the two of them?
yes,
Okay. Now you said that you left on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving of 2022. Would it be fair to say that that was November 23rd? If you know.
that would have been pretty close to the date.
Okay. So it was the last Wednesday.
There was definitely the day before Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Whatever, it falls 3 or 4 days apart sometimes, but.
Okay. Why did you come back on Sunday?
We had booked the condo so we could all, enjoy it for a few days and enjoy being away, and it
So
helped
they spent
Matthew
a
and
lot of
Bradley
time together.
have a place to stay after they worked hard all day.
Did you have to go back to work on that Monday?
Yes, I did.
And did you return to work that Monday?
Yes,
Okay. When you came back to Savannah, you said you went back to work, so let me not assume. Did you come back to Savannah after?
on that Sunday after Thanksgiving.
Okay. And who came back to the house in Savannah?
Just Frank, my husband, and myself.
Okay. And when you left for Thanksgiving, was Mindy alive?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. Do you recall when you last saw her before you left for Thanksgiving?
Not precisely.
Okay. Was it that day?
No. When I would leave for work in the morning, she was never up that early because she would stay up late with Mr. Kassotis. So.
Okay. Do you remember how long before? You said no, but is it a day before, a couple days before? You just don't recall.
Probably, maybe, I'm guessing the week before.
Okay. So the week before, meaning that Wednesday you left, sometime in that week, meaning until the preceding Wednesday. Okay. And at that point, when you left for Hilton Head, that was your understanding?
Yes.
When you returned from Hilton Head, did you see Mindy?
No.
Okay. Do you know where she went or was?
Well, we were told on Monday that that Nick had taken her to the hospital because they were going to do some testing and try to work on her blood pressure. And so we were happy that she was actually, maybe they could figure out what was wrong with, her blood pressure and get her feeling better.
Okay. Did he tell you what hospital he took her to?
It was supposed to be some type of military hospital on a base.
Okay. And did you go see her?
No, because we figured we probably wouldn't be allowed to because it was supposed to be on a base.
Okay. And who told you that it was on a military base?
Mr. Kassotis.
Okay. At that point, did he tell you who her doctor was?
No.
Did he give you any information specifically about what was
They
going
walked
on
out
at
of
the
the
military
courtroom
base or where it was?
yesterday.
No. We just knew they were doing testing. I didn't know where. I mean, we were in Savannah, so we thought it was probably the base close to Savannah. So.
Okay. Did a doctor ever come to the house to treat her while you were there?
I believe that Nick told us that a doctor came, but I never saw anyone.
Okay. Now you said Sunday you came back and Monday you went to work.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there anything else about that week that was important that you remember?
My husband Frank had a hip operation on that Wednesday, and he stayed overnight in the hospital and then came home Thursday around noon.
Do you remember the date that he went in that Wednesday?
November 30th.
Okay. And was that what hospital?
St. Joseph's Candler.
Okay. And when he went to St. Joseph's Candler, did he stay overnight?
He did.
Where did you stay?
I stayed in the hospital until about 9 or 10, and then I came back and stayed at the house.
And that's the house in Savannah?
Yes, with Mr. Kassotis.
Okay. Was Mr. Kassotis there at the time?
Yes.
How did Mr. Frank get back from the hospital?
I picked him up and brought him home, and Mr. Kassotis helped me. There were like 3 steps out in the front, and so he helped me get him up the steps after his operation and into the house, and told me to go back to work. He would handle it. He'd take care of him. So.
Okay. So he went in for the hip surgery.
What a
you
guy.
said November 30th. What day did you pick him up?
December 1st.
And that would have been then the Thursday?
Yes.
And then he said, I'm going to go get Mindy.
November 30th you went in. December 1st you came and picked him up. And do you recall what time you went to pick him up on December 1st?
I think he got out maybe around 11:30, maybe 11:30.
So it was still in the earlier part of the day?
Yes.
And when Mr. Kassotis offered to look after him, what did you do?
I went on to work since he said he would. He said, I'll keep an eye on him. I'll help him. I'll do whatever he needs. You go on back to work. So I went on, to work.
How long did you stay at work that day?
I think I left around 5:30.
Okay. Where'd you go after you left work?
Straight back to the house.
Okay. And when you went back to the house, who did you find at the house?
Just my husband.
So he was alone in the house at that
Yes.
point? Did you know where Mr. Kassotis was?
No, not really.
Okay. Did he eventually come home?
He did. He came home shortly after I got back.
Can you tell the jury what happened when he got home?
Yes, I heard him come in the door, so I came bouncing out, and I was like, "Hey, how's Mindy doing?" And he just started bawling, crying hysterically, and talking, and I really couldn't even understand much of what he said. So I said, "Please come out and sit in the living room, the den or whatever, and tell us what's wrong." And so that's when all I could really understand was she's not coming home. So, and he meant Mindy.
Is that when he told you?
Yes.
And when he said she's not coming home, did you understand what he meant when he first said it?
No, not really. The way he was crying, I figured it was not good.
Okay.
So,
Did he eventually tell you she died?
yes, and he did not know he didn't know exactly what had happened. He said he'd been texting her all morning and she didn't answer, so he thought she was sleeping.
Okay. At that point, when he told you that she had died, did you have an opportunity?
Excuse me just a minute.
Oh, there it goes.
Take your time.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
She's been holding it in this whole time, trying to stay strong.
Okay.
Was Mr. Frank with you when he told you?
Yes.
Okay. So it was the three of you in the room?
Yes.
Was there anyone else there?
Just Rusty.
Okay. And at that point, you said that he didn't have any idea how or why she died?
That's what he said. He said he was going the next day and they were going to talk to him and tell him what happened.
At that point, did he tell you what hospital?
No.
Did he tell you her doctor's name?
No.
Were you able to see her body?
No.
Did you ask why?
No. We talked about having a service or something after the first of the year, but with her being married to him, we thought that was his responsibility. We weren't going to say, hey, we want to take care of the body when she's married to him. So we thought he was going to handle it.
And did you believe that he would take care of that?
Yes.
Did he indicate to you whether or not there would be a funeral service of some sort?
When we talked about it, he said it would be after the first of the year. Maybe we'd have some type of memorial service. And we said, okay.
Did that ever happen?
No.
Did Mr. Kassotis ever tell you that she was mistakenly cremated?
No.
What?
Did he ever have a death certificate for her?
Not that I saw.
Did he ever show you any medical paperwork concerning?
No.
So it was your understanding that at the time of her death she was at the hospital, correct?
Yes, and then when he went back to the hospital, he told us that she was in her room and she needed to go to the bathroom, so the nurses unhooked her from all of her equipment, and she went to the bathroom, and then the nurse got called away, and she went back and got into bed and had a stroke. And there was no one there. I mean, she wasn't hooked up, so that's supposedly what happened to her.
Weird.
Did you ever see paperwork from him suing the hospital?
No.
To your knowledge, did he as an attorney then sue the hospital for leaving his wife unattended to die from a stroke?
Not that I know of.
This is all
He
strange.
was a lawyer at that point, correct?
Yes.
With no documentation of any sort that he provided you?
No, no documentation.
Did you believe him at the time?
Yes, I did.
How does that make you feel in hindsight?
Stupid, naive,
So she's
trusting.
she's closed off.
Did you trust him?
Yes, we did.
Dang.
Can you tell the jury what happened in the days after Mr. Kassotis told you that Mindy died?
On Monday following when we were told she died the Thursday before, he told us that arrangements had been made for us, that they had rented us a condo in Hilton Head, and that he was going to, we were going to separate. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. We were going to, we all started packing, except Frank couldn't really do anything because he had had that hip operation. So Mr. Kassotis and I packed everything up in the house, and then on that Tuesday, we went to Hilton Head, and he went along with us in his car with Rusty.
So on the Thursday, you get notified that your daughter has passed, and on the Monday, he tells you pack up, we're moving.
Yes.
And was it your understanding he was staying with you and Frank still?
No, he was going to go his own way.
And who was going to pay for your new place?
Security, Mr. Kassotis, I'm not sure.
Okay.
That really wasn't made clear, so,
But he advised you that someone would pay for it and you didn't have to.
yes.
Okay.
Interesting.
Where did, well, let me
Again,
back up for just one moment. How many cars left Savannah?
2.
Which 2 vehicles?
Our car and Mr. Kassotis' car.
Which car were you in?
I was driving our car.
And that would be
Because-
Matthew's old car?
No, that was our car.
You had another car?
Yes.
Okay. So you were in the car driving to Hilton Head with whom?
My husband.
Okay. Where was Mr. Kassotis?
He had his own car, and we went together.
yep, they were still all
Caravan
living in
or
the same
whatever.
place.
Okay, but you never got in his car.
Only after we had finished packing to say goodbye to Rusty.
Okay, and where was that, in Savannah or somewhere else?
Hilton Head.
Okay, so when you got to Hilton Head, where was, you said he was in the vehicle, Rusty?
Yes.
Okay, and you said goodbye to Rusty at the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Now, other than that, you didn't ride in the car to Hilton Head?
No, ma'am.
How far was the drive approximately from Savannah to up to Hilton Head? Do you recall?
Probably close to an hour.
Okay. And when you got to Hilton Head, can you describe what kind of a community or housing arrangements had been made for you and your husband?
Yes, we were staying at Hilton Head Beach and Tennis Club, which has gated security, and you have to have a pass to get in and out.
Most of them do.
To get in.
Okay. And you said there was a pass. Was it like a gate?
Yes.
Okay. Was there an attendant or was it just a physical gate?
No, there's an attendant.
Okay. And did Mr. Kassotis come with you to that location?
Yes, he did.
When you got to that location, did you have an opportunity to say goodbye to him or did he
Yes,
stay?
he helped us bring stuff, some stuff into the house, and then we all said goodbye.
When he left Hilton Head, did you expect to see him again?
Yes, we did.
Did you ever?
No.
Did you find out what happened to Mr. Kassotis after you were left at that location in Hilton Head, you and Mr. Frank?
In February, we were notified by his security team that he had been in a car accident.
And he had his own security
and wasn't in
team.
very good shape.
This
and
is
we
crazy.
asked if we would be allowed to come and see him. And
Were you allowed to?
no.
Ultimately, was that communication over the phone, in person?
That was an email communication.
Why weren't
You
they?
got an
What is
email
happening?
notification from the security team that he had been in a terrible car accident.
Yes.
Was there any follow-up communication from the security team concerning his condition?
Yes, I believe it was several weeks later we were told that unfortunately he had died.
Was that also by email?
Yes, it was.
So the security team, did you know what agency or what that was related to?
Are you talking about like who the email came from?
No, I mean
Or-
who the security team was specifically. Did he ever tell you, was that a government agency, a private agency?
No,
This
we
story
didn't-
is
we weren't
wild.
told specifically.
Okay. And when you received those emails, did they come to your email?
Yes,
Did you preserve them and save them?
I did.
And at that point, did you believe that Mr. Kassotis had passed away and died?
I absolutely did.
Okay. Did you have communications with any of their friends and family concerning his death? Or was it with them? Sorry.
Well,
One second,
Yeah.
let me rephrase that.
yes, ma'am.
Did you speak to anybody that you knew about his passing?
We called Cameron and her husband and told them, his friend Cameron, that they were both in their wedding.
Okay. And you told Cameron that Mr. Kassotis had died in the car accident?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also convey that to Miss Wynn, Angela Wynn?
I believe so.
Okay.
He said he had a
during
team
the course
of
of that,
security
did you
team.
believe he was dead at
Jeez.
that point?
Yes. So we were already grieving for Mindy, and then we were grieving for him. So.
I didn't know what was going on. Dang.
Did law enforcement ever come to talk to you about this case?
Yes. It was in early May, I believe it was. And it was sometime after lunch, and I was going to walk over to Starbucks to get a coffee, and my friend Toby called me and asked me where I was and said, "Get back here, the GBI is here to see you." So I walked straight back to the office, and Mr. Sands and his partner came in the conference room and we started talking about Mindy.
Did you believe that Agent Sands was actually a member of the GBI?
Yes, then I did. Somebody had actually called us, and I don't know if it was Agent Sands, but I checked, like Googled him and stuff. I wanted to make sure that it wasn't a scam or something.
Were you concerned, considering all of the information that you had heard over the last couple of years?
Yes.
Did you doubt that he might be with the GBI?
Not when he came to see me, but I did on the call, so.
Okay, so you got a call first and then they came to see you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you reach out to anybody when you first got the call to verify who Agent Sands was? When I mean by email, did you communicate with anybody concerning Agent Sands?
Not that I remember.
Okay. I'm going to show you some exhibits, if I may, Your Honor. Counsel, I'm referring to 1.87, 1.88, 1.89, and 1.90. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Take a moment and just read through those.
Pardon me.
Take
This
your
is
time.
so interesting. Yep, he lied about Mindy's death. He lied about his death.
All right.
Do you recall those emails?
I do.
And how do you recognize those emails?
They're all printed from my personal Gmail account.
Okay. And can you tell us how those emails came to be in the possession of the state in connection with this case? How did those get received?
I went back and looked for them and printed them and sent them to you.
Okay. You sent them to our office, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also send some of them to Agent Sands, if you recall?
I don't recall. I know he had me do some work on the email that we got about Mr. Kassotis passing away, but to see where it came from and that kind of stuff. But
Okay. And
Doesn't make any
do
sense.
those emails have a quote to and from on them?
yes,
And can you tell us from whom those emails are received?
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I think my glasses are kind of fogging up, and
It's okay.
yes, I'm sorry. So they're all to my personal email, and it's like a company, Apis. They're from somebody at Apis Limited, and
Okay.
Apis Limited, which we assumed was security, and then one a Proton email.
Okay.
Security, I guess.
Okay. And did you know what Proton email was?
No.
Okay. And when you received those emails, are those a fair and accurate printout of what you
Yes.
sent? Okay. And
Absolutely.
are they modified in any way other than those red stickers on them?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to introduce those emails. That would be,
No objection, no.
They are admitted without objection.
at this time, I'd like to publish them if we can turn that on. Thank you. Can you see that on the monitor in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And in that subject line, it says no subject, is that correct?
Yes.
And on the top right, does it have an email?
Yes, it's my Gmail account.
Okay. And is the body of that email the email that you received?
Yes.
And does it have a date there
February the 22nd,
of 2023?
2023, sorry.
Okay. And that email, Was that the one that you just indicated
What I'm
had
saying,
the
it's
apislimited.com?
not adding up.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, apislimited.com.
Okay. Did you actually know Jones M.J. personally?
No,
Did you ever met that person?
no,
Did you know who that was?
no.
And this email, what was this email in reference to?
They were responding to our request to see Nicholas when we said we wanted to see him, and we didn't care if he was in a coma. We would sit with him and hold his hand and talk to him.
Is that after you had been informed he was in the car accident?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now, that for the record is 1.87. I'm now turning to exhibit 1.88. Does that also reflect your email address on it?
Yes, it does.
And is there a subject line in this email?
Update.
And who was that from?
The security department, Apis Limited,
And what date was that?
February 26th.
And on that
2023.
date, what was the notification that you received?
They were sorry to inform us that Mr. Kassotis passed away.
So you got a death
What?
notification by email.
Yes.
Did you ever speak to anybody in person about his passing?
No.
Did anybody come to see you and talk to you?
No.
Did anybody call
This
you?
is wild.
No.
Did you talk to his parents?
No, I did not.
This guy tried to fake his
Now
own death.
turning your attention to
This makes sense why he burned the
189,
car.
where it pointing
Wow.
to the top half of this email. Do you have a date on that email?
April 19, 2023.
And are you one of the recipients of this email under the CC?
Hold on just a second here, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. Did that go to somebody in addition to just you?
Yes. It was my husband, and I'm sorry. This isn't a real clear.
If I can, Your Honor, may I approach and provide the witness with the written copy?
Or no.
Here you go.
Sorry about that. Yes.
Okay. Did you and your husband reach out to the security, what you believe to be the security team in connection with your housing?
Yes.
What was your concern?
We were just wondering what was going on because no one had told us much of anything.
So at this point, in April of 2023, would it be fair to say that you believe that Mr. Kassotis and your daughter had already passed?
Yes.
And his security team was still paying for your housing at that point, is that correct?
3 March. Yes.
Okay. Did they ever respond to you and Mr. Mevin, your husband? And I'm pointing to the next portion of this exhibit.
Yes. April 20th.
Okay. And would it be fair to say they were attempting to make accommodations
This is like
for
a
you,
rogue CIA movie.
even though he was gone
Yes.
and she was gone?
Yes.
He tried to get off the map.
I'm
Dang.
now pointing to the lower portion of the next email, starting at the top of I believe that is 1.90. Is that correct? The exhibit in your hand. It starts with telephone texts from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay. Who did you reach out to on May 2nd of 2023?
And I obviously misspoke a little while ago and I said I didn't, but
Okay.
Yes, we did. We said, hey, we've been contacted by them. Like we said, we were still under the impression that they were both dead and security was, we didn't know. So yes, we said we've been contacted and.
Okay. And did you also at some point speak to your son, Frank IV, about all of this?
I'm sure I did.
Okay. Did you inquire and look up Agent Sands to verify him?
Yes, well, at least, yes, the Statesboro office, yes.
Okay. And ultimately, that's when you saw him in person at your office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On May 3rd of 2023, did you receive a response from new no-names at proton.me?
Yes.
What did they say?
All they really wanted to know was who was the family member that had communication.
They wanted information from you.
Yes.
They didn't give you any information?
No.
I thank you.
All right, let's get back into Mindy's,
Did Mr.
more of Mindy's mom's testimony. This is
Kassotis
wild
explain to
story.
you ever over the phone any communications what had happened after Mindy passed and before he was dead?
He called us one time in, I want to say, late January or early February.
What did he say?
We were just talking about different things. He had told us that he was going to meet his real mother, that, you know, we were told that he was adopted or stolen or something. And so when we left him in December, he was going to meet his real mother.
Huh?
Did you expect to see him after speaking to him that one time?
Yes, he said he would like to come to see one of Matthew's games.
Okay. Did that ever happen?
No.
When was the first time that you learned that Mr. Kassotis was not dead?
When Agent Sands visited me in my office in Savannah.
Was that
Wow.
surprising to you?
Yes, we were talking about Mr. Kassotis, and I said, you probably don't know, but he died several months ago, and he just kind of gave me a sad look and said, no, he's not dead. That's when I learned that he wasn't.
That's crazy.
Now, when you sat down and you spoke with Agent Sands, did he ask you to provide him with a DNA sample?
He did, and I agreed.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that's just a Q-tip, basically, that
Yeah.
swabs
Who
on
stole
the inside of your
Nick?
cheek?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you do that voluntarily?
I did.
And you provided that on the day he came to see you?
Yes.
Just so we're clear for the record, do you see Agent Sands here in the courtroom today?
Yes, he's sitting beside of you.
Okay, if the record can reflect, she's pointed to, or she's indicated him. Prior to Agent Sands coming to see you, had you heard about the unidentified woman in Riceboro, Liberty County?
No.
Did
This
you
is
know that
crazy.
there was somebody out there?
No, I didn't.
And at that point, did you even have a reason to think that that might be Mindy, if you had known?
No.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach the witness with 1.85.
Wow. Yeah, they said he was stolen as a baby,
Recognize what's depicted in
raised
that
by the
photograph?
FBI.
Yes, pictures of my daughter and then one picture of her with Mr. Kassotis.
Are those all fair pictures of actually her and him? You recognize them?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I seek to introduce 1.85.
Any objection?
Okay.
It's admitted.
At this time I'd like to publish, Your Honor.
This is so wild. This is the wildest story I've ever heard. And we've got more crazy
In all the time
testimony
you
coming
knew
up
Mr.
for you too.
Kassotis, did you ever know him to hunt?
No.
I have nothing further.
That's it. Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mevin. My name is Doug Weinstein, and I'm representing Mr. Kassotis in this case. I'm going to endeavor to not keep you up here much longer.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Let's talk a little bit about your daughter, Mindy.
All right.
Okay.
Wow.
So, Mindy was quite accomplished, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And a very intelligent young woman.
Absolutely.
And you said that your relationship was very close, correct?
Yes.
And Mindy would have no reason to lie to you.
Not that I'm aware of.
And you said that Mindy was in genuine fear for her life, correct?
Yes.
They were moving all over the place, correct?
From what I was told, yes.
From what you were told by Mindy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mindy had told you that she and Nick were in danger, correct?
Yes.
And as you said, you believed Mindy.
I did.
And you said Mindy is not a gullible woman.
No.
Or was not, I'm sorry. A gullible woman. When Nick and Mindy got the place in Savannah on, I believe, 65th Street. 65th Street, correct?
Yes.
They invited you and your husband, Frank III, to move in with them, correct?
Yes.
And may I just ask, why did you move in with them?
Well, we loved them for one thing, and we either needed to get our own place, which we were happy doing, or then when they said, that they'd have room for us and they'd like us to, we said okay.
And you say that you loved them. Were you and your husband, Frank, close with Mindy and Nick?
I feel like we were, yes.
Regarding the claim that Mindy was pregnant, that was Mindy that had told you that, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who told us, but I know Nick talked to us about it also.
Nick also told you, but Mindy as well told you. They both had told you that she
I
was
believe
pregnant.
so, yes.
You say that you saw Mr. Kassotis doing computer work all the time, correct?
Yes.
Where would he, I know they moved in several places and you saw him working in several places. So for these questions, let's focus on 65th Street.
All right.
Where would Mr. Kassotis do his work on 65th Street?
He would sit on the couch in the living room just to the right of as you came in the door.
Mm-hmm.
And when you say do his work, this was his work on his computer,
Yes,
correct?
computer work.
And as you said earlier, you never saw the work that he was doing on the screen.
No, I did not.
So you can't testify as to what was going on the screen while Nick was working, correct?
Correct.
There's got to be something deeper going on here while they're so calm. Doug
You
and
say
Nick
that
are over
you-
there chuckling.
You had never met the security team that was protecting Nick and Mindy, correct?
That is correct.
But there were certain actions that you would perform at Nick's behest, correct? So, for example, I think you testified that one day Nick urged you to not go to work.
Yes.
Did he explain to you why you couldn't go to work?
He just said that there was something big going to happen or going to be in the news, and he thought it might be dangerous for me to go to work then.
Did it appear to you that he was concerned about your safety that day?
Nick is 007.
Yes.
When did the 4th that Mindy had passed?
I believe it was.
When you said that you don't believe that Nick Kassotis was a hunter. Do you have hunters in your family?
My son Matthew hunts some, but that's it.
What kind of hunting, as far as you know, does Matthew do?
I don't really know. I'd have to guess.
Well, I don't want you to guess at any of my questions, okay? So please don't. I know you testified about a couple of times that you and Mr. Kassotis were in contact following your move to Hilton Head when he left.
I believe one time.
And he reached out to you.
Yes.
Did he reach out to you over Signal?
I don't recall.
Is that the normal way he would communicate with you?
Yes.
And when you communicated with him, you would communicate to him via Signal as well?
Yes. Occasionally we did, and we emailed, but it was mainly Signal.
Did you ever attempt to reach out to Mr. Kassotis after he had helped y'all move to Hilton Head?
No, I don't believe so.
I don't know if you recall this, but let me ask. Do you recall if Mindy had ever told you that she and Nick were planning on leaving the area?
Did Mindy tell me that?
Did Mindy tell you that?
I don't recall if it was Nick or Mindy. I don't recall.
But one of them had told you that they were planning on leaving the area
Yes.
prior to. Yeah, I withdraw that. Did Mindy ever tell you that they were planning on changing their names due to security concerns?
Yes, they did.
Did she, when you say they, was it, I want to try to be more specific. Do you know which one or both?
I believe it was both, and I think we were all sitting down at dinner one night because they told us they'd chosen the name Stark, and we all kind of laughed about it, you know, being in the Avengers. So
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no more questions. I'm very sorry for your loss.
Just very briefly. You've referenced signal several times. Is
Yes.
that a voice or a text?
text.
So you didn't talk over the phone, you just texted back and forth?
Yes,
Okay. So every time that you've referenced the word signal, was that a physical text
a
message?
physical text message.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you spoke with Mr. Kassotis, you said the one time after Mindy had passed. Was that a voice message, like talking to him on the phone?
Yes, it was on the
Okay.
phone.
So that was the one time it was on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Just to be clear, how did they move when they needed to move? Their things. How did they move their belongings?
They would just pack up and I'm trying to think if they had a vehicle, but yes, I think they had a truck maybe or something like that.
Were there baby items?
Only maybe if like I had given them something or.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Any further?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You can step in.
Okay, so there it is. That is Mindy's mother testifying cross-examination. Guys, something's not adding up here. Not only did she back up a lot of what Nick said, but it seems like maybe Nick had a reason for doing everything he was doing. Either that or both him and Mindy were absolutely just crazy. Also, it doesn't make sense that they would just get an email and believe Nick about what happened to Mindy and then believe what happened to Nick. Something's not making sense here. I want to know what y'all think about this in the comments in the chat. We're going to keep going. We're going to hear from her father up next. They had a little bit of a break. And then we're actually going to skip ahead to day 4, which is today. And we're going to hear from Nick's current wife. His third wife. This is about to get crazy. It's getting crazy. So let me go ahead and skip ahead. I'll be reading super chats shortly as well. So what we're going to hear up next is we're going to hear from Mindy's father. Is going to be on the stand next. And I think this will give us maybe a better look into what was going on behind the scenes and if the father believes there was something strange going on. So let's skip ahead here and see what's happening. This is wild.
All right, everyone, please be seated. You would call the next witness, please.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Frank Mebane III.
Here we go.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please have a seat, sir.
Now I think we'll get a better idea into what's going on.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. There's a microphone right in front of you, so if you could try to, as best as you can, speak to that microphone.
Okay.
Okay. Can you please tell us your full name and how you spell it for the court reporter?
Frank, F-R-A-N-K, Mebane, M-E-B-A-N-E, the third.
And Mr. Mebane, if at any time you don't understand a question, please just let me know and I'll try to stop and rephrase it for you, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Mebane, do you work right now?
No, I'm retired.
Okay. What did you do before you retired?
Congratulations to him.
A lot of different things.
Okay.
Do you want to know all of them?
What was the last
The
one?
last one. I was a financial advisor
Okay.
for 6 years.
Okay. And before that?
I was a minister for 22 years.
Okay.
Wow.
And as a minister,
Pastor
was
Mebane.
that in addition or was that your primary job?
That was my primary job.
Okay. And in those two professions, you've now stopped doing those, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. As a full-time work is what I mean,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And are you currently married?
Yes, I am.
Who are you married to?
Betsy?
And how long were you two married? Or have you been married?
Uh-oh.
He said, uh-oh.
47 and a half years?
Okay. Do you have children?
Yes, we do.
How many children?
We have 3.
What are
After
their
10
names?
years, you stopped counting.
Mindy, Frank the Fourth, and Matthew.
Okay.
He
Oldest to
said,
youngest?
uh-oh.
Yes.
Okay.
I love
And
it.
are you close to your kids?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do any of them still live with you now? Or have they moved out?
They moved out.
Okay. Matthew being the youngest, he's also already out of the household now?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Is there a time when you met Nicholas James Kassotis?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us how you met him?
Our daughter, Mindy, introduced us to him.
Okay. And did they ultimately get married?
Yes, they did.
Do you remember where they were living when they got married?
In Mount Vernon, Virginia.
Okay. Did you visit them there?
Yes.
And when you visited them there, do you recall, was that a house or was it an apartment? What kind of a place was it?
It was a house.
Okay. Do you know who owned the house?
I believed it was Nick.
Okay. And she moved in with him to his house?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what happened to that house?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. At some point, did they ever move out of that house?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And what was Mindy doing, if you know, for a living while she was living up in Virginia?
Well, she graduated with a master's in public service or something like that. And she was working for different, like, nonprofit.
Okay.
I think it was the last one. Or I know the name was KKR.
Okay. And at that point, do you know what Mr. Kassotis was doing for a living?
He was in the Navy, worked at the Pentagon.
Do you know what his title was in the Navy at the Pentagon?
You mean his rank?
If you know his rank.
No. I know he worked for JAG.
Okay. Do you know if he was an attorney?
Yes.
Okay. And when he
What
was
was
in
going
the
on here?
JAG in what branch of the service, you said?
Navy.
Do you know if he remained in the Navy after they got married?
I believe so, but I'm not sure exactly when he left or not.
Okay. So you know at some point he did leave, you just don't recall exactly when?
Correct.
Okay. And when they got married, he was in the Navy at that point?
I believe so.
Okay. Did there come a time when you and your wife started to live with any of your kids?
Yes.
Who did you live with?
We lived with Frank the Fourth and his wife.
Okay. That would be Mindy's younger brother?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you live with them?
In Hilton Head,
South Carolina?
South Carolina.
Okay. Where are you from originally?
Florida.
Okay. And by way of Florida, you wound up in South Carolina with them?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know approximately when you moved in with Frank and Megan? If you know.
Around 2016, I believe.
Okay. And at that point, did you stay with them for quite a while?
Yes.
Did there come a time, well, let me back up for a second. Why were you living with them?
Well, my wife had been laid off from her job in Augusta, and I was still working as a financial advisor, and she
He was doing a
was
little
laid
bit of
off,
everything.
And she came down to Savannah and got a job the next day.
Oh,
And so she started living with them, and then that's when we decided we would move in with them.
Okay. So was she working in
Nice.
Savannah then?
Yes.
Did that make it more convenient?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And being a financial advisor, did that allow you some more flexibility?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And you said that was in Hilton Head, is that right?
Yes.
When you were living with Frank and Megan, at any point did any of your other kids move in?
Yes.
Who moved in?
Mindy and Nick. And
Okay.
of course, Matthew was with us because he was in high school.
Okay. So for a while there, it was Mindy, Nick, Matthew, you and your wife living with Frank and Megan?
It's a lot of people in one house.
Matthew wasn't
That's how
there.
they do it, though.
By that time, we had moved.
Okay. So at some point there were some overlap.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall, you said, I believe you moved in with them in approximately 2016, meaning Frank and Megan. Do you
Correct.
recall when Mr. Kassotis and your daughter Mindy moved in with them? If you recall.
It had to be 2022.
Okay. And
Father doesn't
at
seem
some
too
point,
upset
can you
either.
tell us, were you living there with Frank and Megan the whole time that Mr. Kassotis and Mindy were there?
No.
Okay. Was there a period of time that you moved out of that location?
Yes, Matthew and I moved to Dublin, Georgia,
Okay. Why did you go up to Dublin, Georgia?
because he was going to be a senior in high school, and he played baseball. And with the COVID, they weren't going to play baseball in Hilton Head, but they were going to play in Dublin, Georgia. And
Okay.
so we moved to Dublin so he could play.
Okay. When you say we,
Nice.
who moved up to Dublin?
Matthew and I did.
Okay. And where did Mrs. Betsy stay?
She stayed with Frank IV and Megan at their house in Hilton
Okay.
Head.
Okay. And do you recall how long you were up in Dublin with Matthew?
I had a lease for at least a year, so I think it might have been 13 months.
Okay. At some point, did you come back down from Dublin?
Yes.
And did Matthew join you?
No, he was in. By that time he had already started college, junior college.
Okay. So Matthew heads off to college, and you moved back down to Hilton Head. Is that right?
Correct.
Who was living with you when you got back down to Hilton Head after Matthew went off to college?
Frank IV, his wife Megan, their little
Nick
girl
and Mindy.
Harper, and Mindy and Nick.
Okay. Was your wife there too?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. So at that point, were there any pets in the house?
Yes.
What pets?
They had Rusty. Mindy and Nick had Rusty.
Okay. Did there come a time when you left that residence? Meaning the one in Hilton Head with Frank and Megan.
You mean after I came back from Dublin?
After you came back from Dublin, you said you stayed there for a while.
Correct.
Do you know how long that was, approximately?
With all of us there?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 5 months, 6 months,
Okay. And at
maybe a little bit longer than that.
Okay. So at some point, you said it was about 5-6 months, maybe a little bit longer. You're in Hilton Head with Frank and Megan. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. And Mindy and Mr. Kassotis are there too. You and your
Yeah.
wife.
Correct.
Okay. What caused you to leave?
Well, I took Matthew,
Good question.
the younger son, to play baseball in Illinois for the summer.
Okay.
And when I was up there with him, that's when Mindy and Nick moved out of their house, and I came back. They
Shout
were
out to the
gone.
Cubs.
Okay. Do you know where Mindy and Mr. Kassotis moved to when they left Frank IV and Megan's place in Hilton Head?
At first, they moved to a hotel that my wife got for them.
Okay. And did they go anywhere after that, if you know?
They went to another hotel, and then we went to 65th Street in Savannah.
Okay. Now, there sounds like
Nice.
there was a fair amount of moving going on. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you know how the belongings
This
got
is
moved
Mindy's
when
father.
people were moving about?
I know Mindy and Nick had tubs, big
What-
black tubs,
What kind of tubs were they? Can you describe them for me?
like big tubs that you put stuff in for like Christmas decorations. You know, big. I don't know how big. I mean, they were big tubs.
Okay. And you're making some gestures with your hand, approximately
sorry.
as wide as my hands are. Is that correct?
Correct.
Would it be
I'm
fair to
sorry.
say about 3 to 4 feet?
Yes.
Okay. And they were tall and deep?
Yes.
And that's about maybe 2 or 3 feet?
Correct.
Okay. And they would move their belongings in those tubs, is that right?
Yes.
So there was not a moving company, was there?
No.
Okay. And not moving boxes, but rather these tubs?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you moved from Hilton Head, you said down to Savannah, did there ever come a time when you left the hotels and wound up in a more permanent type of place?
Yes, that was at a house on 65th Street.
Okay. And how did you come to be at that location, the house?
Mindy and Nick found it, and I went over and loaded them up from the hotel and moved them into the house.
Did they have a car at the time?
No,
Okay. And you said you loaded them up. Did they have tubs at that time too?
yes.
And-
Along with Rusty, I'm sorry.
Okay. So they didn't leave Rusty behind, right?
No, no.
Okay. So do you know if Mr. Kassotis was working at that point?
Yes, I thought he was.
What did you think he was doing?
on his computer,
Okay.
working long hours.
Okay. Did he tell you what his work involved?
Not exactly, no.
Okay.
We knew he was working on something that was secretive.
Okay. Did he tell you that?
Both Mindy and Nick did, yes.
Oh, thank you.
Did you ever see what was on his computer screen when he was working?
No.
Did you look?
No, because I knew I wasn't supposed to.
Okay. When you say you weren't supposed to, who told you that you weren't supposed to?
I just knew that it was secretive, and maybe that's my background. I'm not inquisitive.
Okay. And at that point, that was at the house in Savannah?
Yes.
Okay. Was Mindy working?
No.
Do you know why not?
No. Health-wise, she couldn't work, but also that there was a way for her to work. I mean, she didn't have a computer, and she was at the house the whole time, so there really was no way to work.
Okay. Had you ever heard any information concerning their safety being at risk, that being Mr. Kassotis and Mindy?
Oh, yes, all the time.
Tell us about that. What happened?
Well, it was way back before they even moved out of Virginia. We were told that they had people who were after them, and that they had to be very careful what they were doing and where they were moving, and you had to be cognizant of everything that was around you at the time to make sure that nothing was, no one was following us or anything like that.
Was Mindy afraid?
Oh, yes.
Did you believe she was afraid?
Yes, very much.
Okay. And when she was at the house in Savannah, did she go out much?
I never saw her outside.
Okay. What about Mr. Kassotis? Did he go out?
He would go out at night or go out in the backyard to brush Rusty, but that was about it.
Did he have friends over?
No,
Did you have any company that ever came over to the house?
no.
Now, did you ever hear reference to a security team?
Oh, yes, all the time.
Tell the jury what you heard. What was told to you?
Well, they told us that there was a security team that was caring for them, but they would have to get everything approved by the security team before we could, if we had any questions about what was going on, they would have to ask the security team and come back with their answers. And then if we were moving, they would have to check with the security team to let us know if it was okay if I came back to the house. So it was all the time.
Would that be daily?
Oh, yes.
Do you know where the money was coming from to pay for everything?
I thought it was the security team.
Okay. So you and your wife were not paying for it?
Just like I said, when they first moved out of the house in Hilton Head. my
See,
wife
I
paid
said it
for
too,
a
witness
hotel for
protection.
a while, and
Might
we
be.
would buy groceries and things like that, but that was about it.
Okay. And at that point, was your wife still working during the day?
Oh, yes.
Do you know where she was working?
Hunter McLean Law Firm.
Okay. And do you know what she did for them?
I think they call him an administrative assistant now.
Okay. And in that capacity, would she go to work Monday through Friday?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Do you know what time she would leave in the morning for work?
I would take her to work about 8:30,
Okay. And then what time would she get home?
5:30.
How'd she get home?
I picked her up.
So you'd drive her to and from work every day?
Yes.
Okay. Were you working yourself at that point?
No, not by the time we were there.
Okay. Was anyone else home during the day with you? Meaning anybody who lived there?
Oh, Mindy and Nick were always there with Rusty.
Okay. Now, did there come a time when there was a mention of Microsoft?
Yes, that was way back when when we were told that he left the Navy, they were working on something for Microsoft. And that's why they needed a security team to protect him.
So Mr. Kassotis needed a security team because he was working for Microsoft on something secret?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point,
Was he?
that started, you said back in Virginia?
Correct.
Okay, so this happened back in, do you know what year that was approximately? If you know.
I
This
don't
is
recall
wild,
exactly when
man.
that was.
I want to see this
Okay.
movie.
But it was while they were still in Virginia.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see any work product from Microsoft from him?
No.
Did he ever show you any paperwork from Microsoft?
No.
Did he ever show you any computer software?
No.
So, during the day while Mr. Kassotis worked from the house, what did you do?
Well, after I took my wife to work, I was told to, I'd come back, take a shower, and then when I would leave for lunch, sometimes to go to lunch with her, other times to go.
Yes,
for
he's been
lunch.
in jail this whole
But
time.
I couldn't come back until 3 o'clock or a little after, and I'd have to call and check and make sure that security was okay for me to come back.
Who told you that you weren't allowed to be in the house?
Mindy and Nick,
So they told you you had to leave the house?
correct,
How often did you have to leave the house?
every day.
From when to when?
Usually right before lunch until after 3 o'clock or so.
Okay. And how did you know that it was okay to come home?
I would send a message on the Signal app and ask if it was okay if I could come home
And who would you send that message to?
to Nick.
I saw you just nod. Do you see him here today?
Yes, right over there.
If the record can reflect, he's pointed to the defendant.
And it does.
Had you ever used Signal app before?
No.
How did you learn of Signal app?
I believe it was Mindy who showed me how to even download it and how to use it.
Okay. And on Signal app, just so we're clear, is that a texting or a voice communication?
Texting.
Text. Okay. And so you would send the messages to Mr. Kassotis by way of that phone app?
Correct.
And would he then indicate whether or not it was okay for you to return to the residence?
Yes.
This is wild, man. What is
How
going
long
on?
after they were married did they start moving around? Do you know? Approximately.
I couldn't tell you exactly, but it wasn't very long.
Okay. But it was after they were married.
Yes.
Okay. Did you believe them when they told you that they were in danger?
Oh, yes.
Did there come a time when you started to doubt that?
I always had questions. That's kind of like what I was saying before about the security team. And I would ask questions and, like what's going on with different things. And then they would come back and say, the security team said, we can't answer that.
Okay. Did there come a time when you ultimately left the Savannah residence?
Yes.
And where did you wind up staying at that point?
Betsy and I moved to a condo in Hilton Head.
Okay. And I'm jumping ahead for just a moment. Was there any specific way that you had to get into that unit, that facility for the condos? How did you get into the building complex?
They had a security gate that you had to get approval, like a pass to get in.
Okay. And when you ultimately moved to that residence, did you have to provide that pass to somebody?
Yes, there was a security guard when you drove in.
Okay. Did you ever have any visitors at that location?
Matthew came and visited us.
Did he have to get a parking pass also?
Yes.
What was the name that the residence was reserved under for the parking pass?
Was it all a lie? They never saw the security
So
team
at
that I
that
know
point,
of.
did that give you suspicions?
Yes, we had suspicions, but we were told that, we would get all the answers at some point in time.
Okay, so let's go back. You're at the house in Savannah. Did Mr. Kassotis and your daughter ever talk to you about a change of name?
Yes.
What did she tell you specifically?
She told us that his name was going to be changed to Nicholas Stark
Did she tell you why?
for security reasons.
Okay, and that name Nicholas Stark, did he start using it?
Yes, he even got like a bag, like a briefcase like thing that had Stark on it.
Okay.
I remember that.
Did you ever receive any mail that said the name Nicholas Stark?
I never saw any.
Okay. What about Amazon packages? Did you ever receive any of those at the house?
Yes, they got plenty of packages.
Okay. And was there anything of note that was received in those packages to you? Anything that drew your attention?
Well, they got some clothes for like Mindy that she really hadn't had any clothes in quite a long time.
Okay.
Like I said, the briefcase. Other things, I don't remember exactly.
Okay, but you saw some things with the name Stark on them?
Yes,
Okay. Did you ever meet anyone from the security team?
no,
Did you ever meet any of his coworkers, Mr. Kassotis?
once he left the Navy, no,
Did you ever meet any of his employers once he left the Navy?
no.
What about his father? Had you ever met his father?
I met him at the wedding.
Okay. And did there come a time when there was an incident while you were in Savannah concerning his father?
Yes, most weekends, Betsy and I would go off for the weekend, a lot of times to watch Matthew play baseball or whatever, and we would try to give them time away from us. So we would go off and come back on a Sunday afternoon, and one Sunday we came back, and they told us that his father and his uncle had come to the house and were knocking on the door,
Okay.
and they were really upset.
Okay. Did he indicate to you what had happened as a result of that incident? Did Mindy tell you?
Yes, she told me that he was crawling on the floor to the back of the house, so they couldn't see in the windows and couldn't see him.
Okay. Do you know if the police were contacted?
I heard later.
Yep, like
that
Tony
police
Stark,
report was
yep.
filed.
Okay.
Iron Man.
Did you move after that?
No,
Did Mindy move?
no,
Did Mr. Kassotis move?
no,
Did they beef up security with people out front?
no.
Were cameras installed?
Yes, there was a camera installed that was in the kitchen that would shoot down the driveway.
Who put that camera in?
Nick did.
Did you ever see any footage off that camera?
No,
Do you know where Mindy was? Did she tell you where she was when this incident happened with Mr. Kassotis' father and uncle?
she was in their bedroom, I believe.
Was she afraid?
Yes,
Now, once Mr. Kassotis advised you that, or rather, withdrawn, once your daughter advised you that this incident had happened, were measures taken to protect your wife from going to and from work?
no,
Did anything change at all?
no.
So did Nick lie to Mindy and Mindy lied to her
Now,
parents?
when you were at the house, how
What was
many
going
bedrooms
on?
were there?
2 bedrooms,
Okay. What type of a house is this? A one-story or a two-story?
1 story.
Okay. Are there steps to get into the house?
Yes,
Are there railings to walk up to get into the house, up the steps, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Well, when you got to that location, did there come a time when you had to have surgery of some kind?
I had hip replacement. Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what happened that prompted you to have that surgery?
Well, I hurt my left knee shagging fly balls for my son, and I didn't get my knee fixed, and it got to the point where it hurt my left hip, and I finally had to get hip replacement surgery.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
November of 2022.
Okay. And where did you go for the surgery?
St. Joseph's Hospital?
Okay. Is that in Savannah?
That's in Savannah on Abercorn.
Okay. And when you went to that surgery,
Aluminum
were
foil
you
on the
alone?
windows.
How did you get there?
Betsy took me.
Okay. When she took you to the surgery, did you stay overnight or did you come home that day?
I stayed overnight, yes.
So would it be fair to say you returned on what date?
December the 1st, I believe.
Okay. You came home the next day?
Yes.
When you came home the next day, where did you go from that location, meaning from the hospital?
Back to the house on 65th Street.
How did you, when you arrived at 65th Street, what happened?
Nick came out, helped me up the stairs. They were big, tall stairs, and really took care of me the rest of that day because Betsy went back to work.
Okay. And at that point, did you see Mindy at the house when you were there on November 30th?
No.
Okay. Can you tell us, where were you for Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving, Matthew and his friend had come in. This was one of those weekends where we tried to give them privacy. So we rented a condo in Hilton Head because Matthew and his friend were working at a restaurant. They had a big Thanksgiving promotion they did with fried turkeys and all that, and they worked long hours. And so we went over there and got a condo so they would have somewhere to stay and we stayed there for the whole weekend.
Okay. Do you remember what day you left for Hilton Head?
That was on Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
Okay. And specifically on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, do you recall when the last time you saw Mindy was before you left for Thanksgiving?
Probably the day before or maybe a few days before that.
Okay. So in the days leading up to you leaving, you saw her?
Yes.
Where was she?
She was in the bedroom, but also one time she was coming out of the bedroom going to the bathroom.
Okay. So you saw her in the house itself?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, what did you think her condition was, her health condition?
She looked really bad. I mean, looked like they told us that she had high blood pressure and she looked like she was sick.
Okay. And at that point,
Sick how?
did you leave to go for Hilton Head?
Yes.
Okay. And when you left to go for Hilton Head, when did you come back? What day?
The Sunday afternoon.
Okay. And when you came back on the Sunday afternoon, did you see Mindy?
No.
Where did you think she was?
Nick told us that she was in the hospital. They were trying to regulate her blood pressure.
And did you ever speak with her?
No.
Did you ever see her at the hospital?
No.
Did he tell you which hospital?
No. We just assumed that she was at the military hospital right there in Savannah
Why did you assume that?
because he was retired Navy.
Okay. And at that point, did you know whether or not they were expecting a child?
Yes, they told us she was expecting.
Okay. And did you have any belief as to whether or not it was a boy or a girl?
Interesting.
I recall it. Them telling us it was going to be a girl.
Okay. And did you know when she was supposed to be due? If you knew.
I believe it was January 8th.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that the last time you saw her was at the time period right before you left for Thanksgiving, correct?
Correct.
Okay. At that point, did she appear to be pregnant to you?
She could have been, yes.
Okay. Without
We don't
sounding
know.
unkind, had she put on some weight? What makes you think that she could have been pregnant?
Well, I've seen a lot of people who have been pregnant that didn't look pregnant. And
Okay.
so she wasn't really skinny to start off with, so it was believable.
Okay. So when she told
Moving
you
on.
that, you simply believed her?
Yes.
Okay. And when you came back to the house, you said from the surgery, you said Mr. Kassotis helped you into the residence. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did he stay with you until your wife came home?
Yes.
Oh, excuse me,
And
guys.
at some point, did he leave the residence during that time period?
Yes. Once she came home, he left to go
Okay.
see, he told us to go see Mindy.
Okay. And at that point, what was your expectation about Mindy? Was she coming home or staying at the hospital? What was it you believed was going to be going on?
I thought once she got better, she was coming back to the house.
Okay. And at that point, did Mr. Kassotis leave the residence?
Yes.
And where did you believe he was going?
To the hospital.
And at that point, what, if anything, happened after he left for the hospital?
Well, he came back home and he told us that she had died
Okay.
at the hospital.
Okay.
Wow.
Were you surprised?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, did he tell you what happened?
Well, that's a little fuzzy for me, but I do remember that it had said something to do with her blood pressure and somebody had left the room, and when they came back, she had died.
You indicated earlier that Mr. Kassotis was an attorney, correct?
Correct.
Did he discuss with you his concerns about her death at the hospital?
No, he told us he was going to go back and find out what had happened.
So when he first came home on the 1st, he didn't know what happened?
All he knew was that she had died, and he was
There
very
she
upset.
is.
But he had no answers about what happened at that point.
No.
Did he have any paperwork at all concerning her death?
No.
Did he ever provide you with any paperwork concerning her death?
No.
Did he ever explain to you what actions, if any, he was taking against the hospital, given what he had described to you?
No, he didn't.
Did Mr. Kassotis ever indicate to you which place that you could go and see your daughter after she passed?
No, that was never discussed.
Okay. Were you concerned where her body was?
I've given that a lot of thought. Being a minister, I know once someone dies, I know they've gone to be with the Lord, and I really
Amen.
didn't need to see her body. I wish I could have said goodbye, but after she was dead, it didn't. That wasn't her. So it was no reason for me to really clamor to go see her body.
Okay. Did you discuss with Mr. Kassotis the possibility of funeral services?
There was some discussion about a memorial service later on, but of course it had to do with the security.
So you weren't allowed to have a service initially because of security?
That's the way I understood it, yes.
Okay.
Huh? So
Did
there
you ever
was
have service?
security?
No,
Did Mr. Kassotis ever give you a doctor's name that was attending to her during her pregnancy?
no,
Did he ever have doctors come to the house to attend to her?
no,
Did you ever see her again after you left for Thanksgiving?
no.
Did you ever exchange emails with people that you believed were connected to the security team?
Yes.
How did you get that email address?
If I remember correctly, I think they sent emails to me and then I sent it back.
So you replied basically?
Correct.
Okay. So you weren't the one that initiated it?
No, I had no idea who to send it to until I got something.
Did you use regular email to send those?
This is so strange.
Yes.
What email did you use?
My email address.
Is that like a Yahoo or
Yahoo,
Google? Or
yes.
which is it? Yahoo?
Yes,
Okay. So you used your regular Yahoo to communicate with the security detail?
correct.
Do you remember if Mr. Kassotis ever got a car?
Yes, at some point in time when we were at the house on 65th Street, he got a green Ford Explorer.
Okay. And do you know how he paid for it?
No,
Did you ever see a death certificate for your daughter?
no,
Medical records of any sort?
no.
After Mindy passed away, can you tell the jury what happened in the days right after she passed?
Well, a few days after, we had to leave the house on 65th Street, and we had to move to the condo that we went to in Hilton Head. We lived there for 3 months.
So from approximately December to March?
Yes.
Okay. How were arrangements made for you to stay at that location?
Nick made arrangements for us.
Okay.
I don't know.
Did Mr. Kassotis stay with you?
No, he moved us. He helped move us over there because I just had the hip replacement, and we said goodbye, and he went back supposedly to the house and it's on 65th Street.
Okay. Do you know if he actually went back to the house?
No.
Did you expect to speak with him again after he left?
Oh yes,
Did you expect to see him again?
yes,
Did you ever see him again?
no,
Did you speak to him?
yes.
How many times?
Yeah, this is crazy.
We emailed or texted through Signal a lot, but we talked to him one time on the phone.
So the only time you heard his voice was that one time on the actual phone?
Correct.
Okay. And when you got to the condo complex, what was it your understanding that Mr. Kassotis was going to be doing at that point in terms of living arrangements?
Well, he told us that he was going to go actually to meet his real mother when he left us, and then that he would be
Doesn't make any
closing up
sense.
or finalizing some things, and he would be back down to Hilton Head.
Okay. In all the time that you knew Mr. Kassotis, did you ever know him to hunt?
No,
Did he own knives?
Not that I knew of, no.
Did he do some chores around the house?
Yes.
And specifically, what chores do you remember him doing?
The house at 65th Street, there was problems with the washing machine that he tried to fix. Toilet was backed up. We had terrible mosquitoes when we first moved in, and he did something with the mosquitoes.
Welcome to the low country.
When was the mosquitoes? You said when you first moved in?
Well, right around when we first moved in, yes. We had mosquitoes were coming in from somewhere.
And you moved in when? Do you recall?
June? I'm assuming, yeah, I think it was June of 22.
That was long before November.
Remember,
right?
he was stolen when he was a baby. Yeah, I guess so.
Prior to speaking to law enforcement, what did you think happened to Mr. Kassotis?
We were told that he had an accident, that he was in the hospital. We didn't know where.
And burned the
he was
car.
on life support. And we tried to go see him. And then we got another email a day or two later that
From
said he
who?
had died.
And that notification was received by email?
Yes.
Did anybody come to see you?
No.
Did you ever speak with his family concerning his death?
No.
There's a lot
And his,
left
I just
to
want to make
this.
sure I understand, his security team reached out to you and your wife after he was dead.
Correct.
Was it really a security team or not?
Did you ask to see his body?
No.
Did they make arrangements for a funeral service for you to attend?
No.
Jeez, man.
I have just one moment. I have nothing further on.
All right, so we're going to get into cross-examination. This story is insane. The family was on board. They saw, I guess, some evidence. The mother said she felt stupid because she believed it. But it seems like, again, there was a reason that all this was happening. This couldn't have all just been some strategic plan by Nick just to, murder Mindy. It doesn't make sense. I don't know. Y'all got to let me know what you think about this in the comments in the chat. I think there's a lot more to this case than we know now. And it seems like there are pieces to this puzzle that the prosecution's leaving out that may be intentional. And I'm sure once the prosecution rests, the state rests, we'll be able to hear the other side of this story from Doug Weinstein and the defense. We'll have to see. DeAndre over on Facebook says, no, security was a front by Nick. Why? Why though? I don't get it. All right, this is wild. Let's go ahead and get into Doug Weinstein's cross-examination of Mindy's father. See what clarification we get here.
Mr. Weinstein? Thank you, Your Honor.
Amy says they were involved in something. Either they were involved in something or Nick is absolutely insane. I don't know what's going on here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mebane.
Hi.
My name is Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Nick Kassotis in this case.
Okay.
Mr. Mebane, you said your
Or
last
both.
position after being a minister was being a financial advisor.
Correct.
What does a financial advisor do? Or what did you do as a financial advisor? Let me put it that way.
I had clients who I advised them about investments,
So investments in what?
stocks, bonds, mainly.
And how did you have the knowledge base to be able to give that advice?
My undergraduate degree is in finance, and I had always, wherever I worked at churches or whatever, I did the financial
I
part.
think there was
of
a
the church.
security team.
And I was recruited by Edward Jones Investments, and they trained, strenuous training to how to pass the different tests that you have to pass to get different licenses to be a financial advisor.
So how many tests did you have to pass?
4?
And you said those tests were strenuous?
Yes.
So it seems like it's fairly complex work, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you'd have to be pretty smart, pretty knowledgeable in order to do that work, correct?
Correct.
When Nick and Mindy are having all of these security issues, and Mindy is telling you about the security issues, you believe Mindy, correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And you believe Nick.
Yes.
Yep.
And you said that
He worked for
Mindy
the
was
Pentagon.
afraid, isn't that right?
Yes.
Mindy also was a pretty bright woman,
Very bright.
very bright. Why do you say very bright?
Well, to get her master's degree, she had to have a high GPA, and she was always in honors classes in high school and college and all that.
And so
Mindy's
she
going to
was a
walk
very
into the
bright
court
woman.
at
She
the end
was
of this.
also afraid.
Correct.
And she told you about this security team, correct?
Yes.
Now, you said they a lot when referring to stuff, so I may try to get that clarified so that we can understand whether it was Mindy that told you things or Nick that told you things.
Thank you, Doug. Yes.
You were told by them that you had to be out of the house from before lunch until about 3 o'clock. Was that Mindy that told you that?
I would say both of them told me that.
Okay. So while you were living together, is it fair to say every weekday from
Yes.
noon to 3, roughly, you were out of the house?
Yes.
So if people came in and out of the house during that noon to 3 time frame, you wouldn't know about it, correct?
No.
So doctors could have visited noon to 3, you wouldn't know about that.
No.
If members of the security team came by from noon to 3, you wouldn't know about that either.
No.
And you say Mindy is the one that told you about the Signal app, is that correct?
Yes.
And you would use that to communicate with Mindy and with Nick, right?
Yes, for a while, yes.
But text only, you never used the voice feature of Signal, correct?
No. Not that I remember, no.
Okay.
What the heck is going on here?
Mindy told you that they were changing their name to Start for security reasons, correct?
Yes.
Did she say what the security reasons were?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. What did you believe it to be?
I just thought it went along with everything else that we had been told for years, that they were in danger and that was going to protect them.
Okay. Jumping ahead a little bit to when you got back from the hospital on December 1st from your hip replacement.
Correct.
I believe that you testified that Nick took care of you that afternoon.
Yes, he helped me get up, go to the bathroom, things like that.
You don't have to get into graphic detail, but I understand what you're saying. And Nick remained with you until Betsy returned, correct?
Correct.
And then at that point, Nick left the
Oh,
house.
thank you, Amy.
Now, you say you never saw any paperwork relating to Mindy's death, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask to see any paperwork of Nick about the time of Mindy's death?
No.
You also were asked about a lawsuit, about Nick engaging in a lawsuit against the hospital. You had known Nick in 2022 for how long?
6 years?
Had you known him to be a litigious person? Had he been going around filing a bunch of lawsuits? As far as you know.
No.
Did he file any lawsuits prior to Mindy's death, as far as you know?
No.
Did you ask Nick, why aren't you suing that hospital?
No.
Were you on the phone when Frank IV was told about the death of Mindy?
No.
That was your wife that had made that call to Frank IV?
Yes.
Okay. What was Frank IV's occupation?
He's a policeman?
He's a policeman.
Yes.
Is he still a policeman as far
What
as
are
you
the
know?
odds?
Where is he a policeman?
In Burnett Town, South Carolina?
And how long has he been a policeman for?
I've never heard of that place.
Over 20 years?
Okay. At one point, was Frank IV a policeman with, and I'm going to mangle this name, the Yemassee Police Department?
No, nailed it.
Am I saying that correctly?
That's right, yes.
Good
And
job.
where is the Yemassee Police Department?
Yemassee is kind of right off of I-95 in between.
about
Savannah
45
and
minutes.
Florence.
And was the chief
North
of
of
police
Beaufort.
at the Yemassee Police Department, was that Gregory Alexander?
Yes.
Who came to fame through the
Not even,
Murdaugh
probably
case?
30 minutes.
And he had worked for Chief Gregory Alexander, correct?
Correct.
He'd been fired from that position in 2007?
Objection, Your Honor. This has no bearing on the case at hand.
What would be the relevance, counsel?
The state is making a lot out of the fact that my client has prosecutorial and legal experience. So does Frank IV. He's very
He's not
familiar
on
with
the
law
witness
enforcement as well.
It's irrelevant. The court's going to sustain the objection.
I have no further questions. Thank you very much, sir. And I'm very sorry for your loss.
Anything else on redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
Yeah, guys, I don't know what's going on here. This is wild. I want to be respectful of the family, and I really don't want to go conspiracy theories here. I'll maybe save that for when we get to the defense. But there has to be so much that we're not hearing. Because they told the story, Mindy and Nick told them the story. They said what happened. She got sick. She passed. The family didn't look into it. Then shortly after that, Nick faked his death. What do y'all think about this? I gotta know. This is absolutely wild. Okay, so now that we're done with the parents, we're gonna fast forward a little bit. And we're actually skipping some through day 4 because who are we gonna hear from next? We are going to hear from Nick's current wife. So y'all get ready for that. I'm going to read some super chats. Shout out to all 1,100 of you that are in the building. Let me get this title ready. Nick's, here we go. Nick's wife. This is his current wife. I got to read some super chats and then we'll keep moving with the show. Y'all are saying it's strange too? I don't know. Slim Life is talking about all the places I know. Ladies Island. Yep. Data Island. St. Helena. Yeah, shout out to Beaufort, man. All right, here we go. We've got CPE, my guy in here with the 5-bomb says, Good Friday, everyone. Good Friday morning, everyone. Gratitude is the healthiest of all human emotions. Zig Ziglar. I like that one. Shout out to CPE. Thank you for the support as always. We have Mary over on the Cash App. Drop the 2-bomb as well. Thank you for the love, Mary. I appreciate you on the Cash App.
Cash App.
We also got Kara Hampton in here with the 5-bomb. She says, well, at least I know it's Friday, but this case has me confused. Have a great day and weekend on purpose. Absolutely. Much love to you all. Aww. I'm with you, Kara. This story, this picture that the prosecution's painting, it was clear at first when they were breaking down the evidence and talking about the body and where the body was found and that Nick's car was seen there. And now we're getting into this story from the family and something's not adding up. There's a lot of information missing. We're going to have to hear and get into. This trial is supposed to take a couple of weeks, so we might be done next week. We might be done the week after. Either way, this is a wild ride. And then my guy, Jeremy Costa in here dropping the 20 bomb. Dang. He says, shout out ClassE and Amy for their work on this channel. The day and night grind is appreciated and your support's appreciated as well, Jeremy. Jeremy loves joining us not only here on the morning show, but over on the Song of the Night Live. We host the show here every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if y'all haven't checked that out, we're going to be live tonight. Make sure you tune in if you want to enjoy some of the music from the independent artists here in the community as well. All right, let's go ahead and get into it. I'm going to fast forward real quick. Yep. Oh, you lived in Port Royal. Nice. So you were right there near Paris Island. Yeah. Yep. Port Royal, Bluffton, Seabrook, Yemassee. You got Barnwell. You got all that. You know what's up. It is reported the director of the Navy's International and Operational Law Division, a role that typically involves advising on matters related to international law, rules of engagement, and legal aspects of military ops. Yep. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna need the prosecution to rest. Lived in Aiken and Barnwell. Yeah, you know Barnwell. So yeah, you know Barnwell, Yemassee. What else is over there in Barnwell? I can't even think of the name now. Yeah, it's dope out there. A lot of country. All right, let's get into it. We gotta hear. Let me see. Here we go. I got it in there. So now we're on day 4 of this Nicholas Kassotis trial, and we are actually going to hear from Nick's current wife. Now, this is going to be wild because shortly after Mindy died or was murdered or passed away or disappeared, whatever you want to say, Nick remarried his third wife. Now, we're going to hear the entire story from her, what happened, how she met Nick, what she found out about Nick, what Nick told her about Mindy, his previous wife. It's going to get interesting. Y'all get ready. Here we go. Maybe we'll get to it eventually.
Please have a seat.
There you go.
Good morning. If you would, please raise your right hand and face the clerk, please.
Dang, she's crying already.
Swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Please have a seat. And you see that microphone there?
Yes.
If you would try to sit close to that so
Yes.
we can hear you.
Ma'am, can you please tell the court reporter your full name and how you spell it?
Yes. My full name is Samantha Kolyasnik. Should I spell my first name too? Spell my first name Samantha. Last name is Kollesnik.
I'm going to ask you if you have any trouble at any time and you need to take a moment, just let us know, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Can you tell us, without giving us an exact address, where do you live?
I live in the state of Pennsylvania.
She's upset.
And can you tell us just a town? Or rather the area. What's the big city there?
Lancaster County,
Okay.
near Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
And what do you do for work now?
I work full-time at a software company, a technology company.
Okay. And do you do anything on the side to earn money?
I do. I do various artistic endeavors. I write books. Sometimes I make independent films.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long have you been doing that?
Many years now. I mean, over 5 years.
Okay.
Yes.
Were you doing that back in 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And does that writing of books and work that you described, does that give you an online presence?
Yes.
Would that be how you
This lady looks
try to
familiar.
sell or distribute some of those?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you published?
Yes.
How many books have you published?
I think 4, and then I've had short fiction published in many different books, many different anthologies.
You done any movies?
Yes, but nothing big, just little independent films.
Okay.
Yeah.
But your work has gained some traction?
Yes, I'd say a small following. Nothing, I'm not like a big known person or anything like that.
She ain't James Cameron.
What type of genre do you write?
Mainly horror, fiction. Some people call it like dark fiction and horror. Those kinds of stories.
Okay.
Dark fiction and horror.
And can you tell the jury what is a pen name?
A pen name is, in a general sense, just a name somebody might use to write books that's not their real name, that's not their their legal name, on their ID.
Is that common in the author community?
Very common.
Okay. So when you were selling books, did you sell them online as well?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
In that capacity, did you have occasion to meet an individual that went by the name of Nick Stark?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how you first became acquainted with Nick Stark?
In late September 2022, I had a public Twitter, it was then called Twitter, profile to where, as an author, to where I sometimes sold books, and I had sent a public tweet saying that I was selling signed books on my website, and Nick Stark, he had I think it was the username either Nick Morfox or KJ Stark at that time in Twitter. He messaged me to let me know that he had bought 4 of my books, like all 4 that were for sale. Yeah.
Okay. Is that the first time that you met him?
All 4 books that she had.
Well, I didn't even meet him at that time. It was the first time that, he was directly communicating to me online.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was the first communication, even if it wasn't a face-to-face meeting?
That's correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
And you said
Interesting.
there was a Twitter named KJ Stark.
Yeah, he had several different Twitter names, so I can't be positive which it was, but it was either Nick Morfox, which I believe was his pen name, or KJ Stark. I believe it would be one of those two.
Okay. And at that time that you first interacted with him, did you ultimately have the ability to recover those tweets and provide them to law
Yes.
enforcement? Okay. So they're here and available for you, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Did you learn whether or not he was also writing?
He told me he was a writer. I don't know to what extent. I don't think he had been published as of yet, or maybe he had a short story or 2 published. I think he was a short fiction writer primarily.
Do you know what kind of genre he wrote?
The same, to my knowledge, horror, dark fiction.
So initially, you said you met him by way of digital message online in late September of 2022.
Yes.
Did that conversation continue after you first interacted with him on the purchase of your books?
Yes.
Tell the jury how that progressed in terms of the conversation.
Yeah, well, the messages were not a whole lot at first. At first, I really didn't even understand why he felt the need to message me, because a lot of people don't message when they buy books, they just buy it. But I said thank you for buying my books, something to that effect, and then he just messaged again, and he just kept messaging. And then we just started engaging in small talk, off and on through October, but not a whole lot of messages at that time. Very light conversation, I would say, in October of 2022.
This is
and
interesting.
All on Twitter, direct messages.
So those conversations were all online, nothing in person?
Correct.
Okay. Did that time period between September and October of 22 ever graduate to phone calls?
Not in October, to my knowledge. I think the first time we had a phone call was in November of 2022.
Okay. So at some point it progressed from text messages to the actual phone?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And when you spoke with him over the phone, do you remember, you said that was in November, you believe?
Yes,
Okay.
November 2022.
Did the relationship change from light banter at any point to something more romantic?
I think so, yeah. It became, flirtatious and more, I'd say, emotionally charged.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And would that be part of what ultimately yielded phone calls?
Yeah, absolutely. Mhm.
Okay. Did there come a time when you met him in person for the first time?
Yes,
I met
after
him
the
in
murder.
person for the first time, December 16th, 2022.
Okay. And where did you meet him?
In Pennsylvania.
So he came to you.
That is correct.
Okay. At that point, did you know why he was in Pennsylvania?
Well, he said that he was taking a long drive for a work trip to Missouri, and then he said that he could drive from Missouri from his work trip. He said he was working in legal compliance to Pennsylvania, and he also said that he would end up in Delaware because he was working on a big merger and acquisition, and they were having that in Delaware, which would be, Delaware is very close to Pennsylvania. It's a short drive away.
Did you know where he lived at the time in December of 2022?
He said he was living in Georgia.
Okay, so it was your understanding he was going from Georgia to Missouri, and then from Missouri down to Delaware, and he'd stop by you.
Yeah, I wouldn't say stop by because it's quite out of the way. He said yes, he was driving from Georgia to Missouri because he had something for work that he had to do. And he was driving because he had his dog with him, named Rusty, just a big dog, and I'm sorry, I don't know the breed. And then he said that he would love to meet me and he would drive, since he was already on the road, from Missouri to Pennsylvania. I did push back and say that's a big drive. I don't know, that's a lot of expectation. It feels like when somebody drives that long of a distance, and he paraphrasing here, he basically said, I'm gonna, drive out to see you, and I want to meet you, and if you don't like me, I'll just drive back. He made it very, he persisted and made it very low pressure from my point of view.
Okay. Now, at that point, would it be fair to say you had met him at the end of September? How long, I say met, online?
Talked online.
How long had it been since you started talking to him to when he came to your place?
Can y'all hear the prosecutor okay? Let me know.
Approximately.
I'm not sure I understand. That was the time frame. So he started talking to me online, Twitter direct messages in September, and then the first time that I ever met him in person was December 16th.
Okay, so about 2 months roughly?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, what was your marital status?
I was separated. I'd already filed for divorce and moving from my marital home to my own home at that time. And I moved in November of 2022.
Okay. And in that time, before you met Mr. Stark, were you concerned that you had met him online?
Yes. Yes, I was. And I had, even asked him, about that and said that I was concerned because I was newly single and, living basically alone. And, he had provided some documentation to me, I think, to, kind of comfort me and assure me that, he was who he said he was. He sent selfies. He sent some other documents as well, just to verify his identity. And
Documents.
It did comfort me that I thought he was who he said he was.
Okay.
What kind of documents y'all think he
Did
sent?
you ask for his driver's license?
Yes, I did.
Did he send it?
Yes.
He sent her the D
Did you
file.
ask for something from his employment?
I did at one point, but I did not ask for that then. I asked for that later. Yep.
Did you ultimately receive both the driver's license and his employment verification, for lack of a better way to phrase that?
Yes, I received a copy of his driver's license, which said Nicholas Stark on it, like a photocopy. I received an employment verification letter from the company he said he was working
Interesting.
at. Should I say the other things that I received
Let's
to
just stop
verify?
there for a moment.
Okay.
I'm going to approach, Your Honor, if that's okay, and show the witness what I have physically marked as 1.84 and 1.86. I'm going to show them on the teleprompter after, but you will have a copy here. you'll be able to also see them on the screen.
Yes, this
Yes,
is
please
Nick's
do.
current wife.
Do you
Mhm.
recognize 1.84, the first document I handed you?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This would be the employment verification letter from the company he said he was working at.
Okay. And is that a exact duplicate of the document that you received? Just a copy?
I believe so, yes.
At this time, I'd seek to tender 1.84.
Any objection? No objections. Submitted.
And 1.86, the next document in your hand, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is a photocopy of his driver's license, which says Nicholas Killian Stark on it.
Okay. And what state is that from?
Georgia.
And do you recognize that to be the document that he sent you of his driver's license?
Yes.
At this time, I'd seek to tender 1.86 as well.
Any objection? It is admitted.
You can hold those right there.
Oh,
At
okay.
this time, Your Honor, I'd like to publish 1.84.
You may.
Does that reference a company name of APIS? APIS?
Yes.
And if I scroll to the bottom here,
Ooh, we got the receipts.
does it indicate also when Mr. Stark began working at APIS Limited?
Yes.
And when was that?
It says February 12th, 2018.
Does it also indicate to you an email address at the very bottom where you could contact if there were questions?
Yes.
And what was the at portion of that?
apislimited.com.
I'm now going to turn your attention to the driver's license. If we can probably turn it off in between. Thank you. I'm now publishing 1.86. One moment. There you go. Is that the copy of the Georgia driver's license you received?
Yes.
And that was a name of Nicholas Killian Stark on there, correct?
Yes.
Does it say the expiration date on that top right side?
And they're
Yes,
showing
it
all
says
his
June 3rd,
information.
2030.
And was that a photograph of Mr. Stark?
Yes.
As you knew him?
Yep. Yes.
Thank you.
Although I will say I don't think he had the beard when I met him, so that difference.
Okay.
Yep.
So he sent you those two documents at varying times, and you believe that he was Nick Stark? Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. Did he use any other names? I know you said he used that pen name. Was that Nick Moorfox?
Yeah, I believe he had the pen name Nick Moorfox that he published short fiction under.
Okay.
That was like his author pen name.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know if he had changed his name in any other way?
No.
Those are the only two names that you knew.
That's correct. I mean, he had the other username KJ Stark, but he told me his he had two middle, like Killian James was like his full, yeah. So I just assumed that was the KJ Stark.
Okay.
But no, he never told me he had another last name different than Stark.
Did you ever know the name Nicholas James Kassotis?
No.
Now, you indicated that at the time you were in the process of a divorce.
Are they still married? That's a good question.
Do you know Mr. Stark's marital status?
I believed I had. He told me that he was a widower and that he had lost his wife and his unborn child about 2 years prior, and that they had.
Was Mindy gone at this point?
That they had both died in a hospital.
And he told you that when?
He told me that, he first referenced that his wife had passed away in October of 2022 in Twitter direct messages.
Oh my. He said this
He
before
told you that in October
Mindy
of
was.
2022?
Yes, in on Twitter in the direct messages.
She
Oh.
subsequently
He lied.
determined that was not correct? Meaning, did you find out from law enforcement that that was not the case?
Oh, I found out from law enforcement that that was not the case on the date of
Yikes.
his arrest, and that was not until May 2023.
So when you first met KJ Stark via tweet, that was communicated to you through a tweet?
So the tweets are like public, but we were communicating through the Twitter direct messages or like private messages, like similar to like if you were talking just like a text message, but just on Twitter.
Okay. I'm going to try and make this a little bit easier. Your Honor, I have 1.93,
Wow.
1.94, 1.95, sequentially through 1.99. So 1.93 through 1.99. May I? Yes, sir.
This is wild. Can y'all believe that he told her his wife and child were dead, and then the parents are saying that they were told by the doctors that Mindy was pregnant? This isn't making any sense. Let's get back into the rest of Nick's wife's testimony and see if we can figure out what's going on here. This is so strange, so wild.
These up on the screen.
Here we go.
Now, I'm actually going to put these up on the screen, if I may, Your Honor, so I'll seek to tender them first. I'm going to hand you exhibits 1.93 through 1.99. Can you just take a look at them and tell us if you recognize them?
I do.
Are those a fair and accurate depiction of what you provided to law enforcement in conjunction with this case?
Yes. I believe I provided more than this too, but yes, these I did provide. Mhm.
Okay. And are those just exact duplicates of what you've turned over, just not in color?
Wow.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I seek to introduce 1.93 through 1.99.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, they're all admitted. It's a total of 7 exhibits, but they are admitted without objection.
I'm now going to open and publish exhibit 1.93, slide 1. Would it be fair to say that that's what you have in front of you is 1.93?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, we got
I'm
the
gonna
Twitter
scroll in
messages.
here.
What did they say? Oh, we get to see the whole
Do you
thing.
see the name of the tweet that was sent from
Wow.
to you?
Yes, it's KJ Stark.
Okay. And is that what you were referring to earlier when you referenced late September first speaking with Mr. Stark?
This is getting spicy.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that here you have sort of an announcement on the public page about you selling the books?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And as a result, is that why, or when you received rather, the response from Mr. Stark concerning the purchase of the books that you were selling?
Yeah, so what he's done here is he took like my public tweet and he kind of like quote tweeted in a message and then wrote his message beneath it. Yep.
Would that be the message that he sent to you?
Yes.
And when was that sent?
September 24th, 2022.
Are they going to read
In
it?
that post that he sent to you, did he
Hey, Sam, just putting in an order, a long overdue one, if I'm being honest. Also, if you ever need to talk, I'm a good listener. I'm here. I'm sure you've got a great support system, but sometimes it can be easier to talk to someone you don't know as well. And if not, that's fine too. Just wanted to extend the offer. I hope you're as well as possible considering.
offer to communicate with you?
Yes, he did.
And if you look at the top of this post, was he aware that you were going through a divorce at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result, did you respond?
Yes, I did.
And you indicated earlier that that's not common. Is that correct?
It does happen sometimes. Sometimes people want to let you know they're buying your books, but it is not the majority of cases. No, it's, they're buying.
She
your
said
books,
to him,
but
oh,
it is
hold on
not
a second.
the majority of cases. Want to let
I
you
tried to
know
rewind
they're
it.
buying.
She said, "Hey, Nick. Hi, Nick. Thanks so much. That's really thoughtful of you, and I really appreciate the order as well. It was nice of you to message and offer
Your
support."
books, but it is not the majority of cases. No, I wouldn't say it's common.
Okay. So I'm now going to go to number 7. That would be 1.94. Just so we're clear, the gray writing and the pink writing that is displayed on the screen, who is the gray writing?
The gray writing is Nick.
And the pink?
That's me.
Okay. And just if we could look specifically.
We want to
at
see the whole message.
this first paragraph.
Yes.
Does he reference there specifically about losing his wife?
I hope the move goes well. I'm moving, especially in the context of other life upheaval. Sometimes feels overwhelming and stressful. I think moving feels like that always, but add in the other stuff and it's even worse. In the last 3 years, I've moved a couple of times. Learned pretty much everything I thought about myself was not true, and had my wife pass away. What? None of this is to try to compare. I don't do that. It's just to say I probably know some, though certainly not all, of the feelings you're dealing with right now. And if there's ever anything you need or want to talk about, the door is open. I neither mean to pry nor to suggest there aren't 100 people in your life better suited. Just here if I can help. Okay.
Yes, he does.
Okay, so if I were to read the line, in the last 3 years, I moved a couple times, learned pretty much everything I thought about myself was not true, and had my wife pass away. Is this what you were referring to?
Yes.
And when was this ultimately received by you?
October 18th, 2022.
And at that time, did you believe his wife was dead?
Yes.
Did he subsequently tell you that his wife also had been pregnant at the time she passed?
Yes.
Okay.
He was researching a new book.
Now, did he indicate at any time that he was in any other relationship, or just that that one had expired? Meaning the relationship had ended, that she had passed.
He never indicated that he was in any kind of relationship with any kind of romantic relationship with anybody.
Did you know if he had another wife that preceded the wife
No.
you just referenced?
No.
Okay. So at that time, you thought that the only time he had been married was to the woman he described on October 18th?
Yes.
Okay. Did he say how she died initially?
Yes, he said that she died in a hospital and that blood pressure complications and possibly an undiagnosed heart condition as well.
I'm now showing you the next slide. That would be 1.9.
Amy says she
5.
definitely got stuff to write about now. Oh, man.
Can you read us that paragraph starting she had?
She had an undiagnosed heart issue that was aggravated by her pregnancy, very sudden change in the way I thought life would look, but doing my best now to figure it out.
So he told you that in this tweet?
In this private message, yep, on Twitter,
What day did he tell you that?
October 22nd, 2022.
Did you know that his current wife was alive on that date at that time?
No.
I wish they would show the whole message. Oh, they did.
And he described it as a very sudden change.
Here we go. I'm sorry you've had a rough week. I'm glad you've bounced back, and I'm sure you'll knock it out quickly. She had an undiagnosed heart issue that was aggravated by her pregnancy. Oh, man, he's lying. Very sudden change in the way I thought life would look, but I'm doing my best now to figure it out. Calm terriers are so cute. I just looked them up. Oh, I'm sorry. That says Karen or Karen, some type of terrier. I've never heard of it before. Charlie must have been a cool little guy. I hoped to not to stay in Georgia for all that long. Nothing against it. It's just not for me. I'm not really a city guy, but haven't really found a place outside the city that felt right. Thinking about options, I'd love to make a move and be more settled, so not rushing it.
Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Did he mention if they had children? Other than that she was pregnant when she passed.
No other children, just that she was pregnant and that she lost he lost both her and the unborn child is what he told me, and that he had no other children. No.
Okay.
This is wild.
Did him telling you that his wife had passed impact your trust of Mr. Stark?
It definitely impacted me. It made me feel very sad and bad for him.
Because that's a terrible thing that could happen to somebody, to lose your wife and an unborn child. That's how I felt at the time. I felt bad for him.
Okay. Did you convey that to him?
Yes, I felt empathy because that's when I thought he had lost his wife and unborn child.
Did that also facilitate you continuing to chat with him?
I did continue to chat with him, yes.
And did that then progress to that more flirtatious and romantic stage that you described for the jury?
I would say more like emotional at first because I had lost somebody close to me too, I thought too at the time. So more emotional and then, eventually flirtatious.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, at some point, you said in December, he came to visit you. You had just moved, is that right?
I had moved in November. Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
So just like about a month prior.
Okay. And when he came to visit, did he stay with you in December of 2022?
No.
Why not?
Well, for one, I wouldn't have somebody stay with me just meeting them.
You sure about that?
And then two, he had Rusty, his dog, with him, and my house, I rent, and they don't allow pets.
Okay.
They don't allow any pets in the place.
Okay. And so, do you know where he was staying when he came in December?
When he came in December, I believed he was at an Airbnb in
Okay.
Pennsylvania.
Well, was your understanding, if I'm correct, that he was going to Missouri,
Mm-hmm.
he was going to visit you, and then he was going to Delaware? Is that right?
I think he was going to go back to Georgia first because that was his home, but he did tell me he would have to live for several months in Delaware because that's where he'd be working for the merger acquisition that he was the
point person on. That was my understanding.
Okay. Did he move to Delaware, as far as you know?
I thought, yeah, that his company was putting him up in Delaware.
Okay.
Not that he had moved there, but that his company was providing like long-term housing while he worked on this merger and acquisition.
Did you know if he had moved to Pennsylvania at some point after his Delaware trip?
I don't think he ever like permanently moved to Pennsylvania. He stayed at Airbnbs in Pennsylvania when he was visiting me.
Let me be more clear.
Okay.
Was he staying in Pennsylvania in some location at some point while
Amy's not buying
the
it.
time period from December
Yes,
forward in
yes.
2022?
From December forward, to my knowledge, I mean, he was spending the work time in Delaware, and then he would spend some weekends in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Like when he wasn't working in Delaware.
Okay. So as far as you knew, he was commuting basically from Delaware and staying back at the Airbnb in Pennsylvania.
Yes, that was my understanding. Yeah.
Okay. And when that was occurring, would it be fair to say what months?
I met him in December. It would have been, the last half of December,
We don't know.
January, February, March, April of 2023, and then that first half or so of May 2023 until the day he was arrested.
Okay. So during all that time, you weren't living together.
No, we were not. We never moved in together. We did stay at the same Airbnb, some Airbnbs that he rented together.
Okay. And at that point, you said that the relationship
2027,
grew,
yeah.
and it became a romantic relationship, correct?
Yes.
Did there come a time when he described to you the process of moving and what had happened with his belongings?
Yes, he told it like an anecdote in Twitter direct messages, I believe, about how he had moved previously, and some of his things I think were water damaged in a moving pod, like a storage pod.
Okay, I'm now going to turn to 1.96.
I don't know what's going on.
Would it be fair to say that sometime in early November you were talking about your move with him?
Yes.
Okay, and that's when he made the quip about his belongings?
Yes.
So I'm directing your attention to Exhibit 1.96, the paragraph that states, I highly recommend putting 85% of your belongings in a pod for a year that is defective and not actually watertight if you want help downsizing. Is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
And as a result of that, did you believe that he just didn't have a lot of things?
I believed that some of his things had been damaged. I don't know that I had a real image of how many things he had at that point.
Okay.
But that he had lost things, yeah.
Quite a bit. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, those conversations and those tweets at the time, would it be fair to say that they were pretty innocuous? You didn't think very much about any of it, other than just banter?
Yeah, I'd say from that first message in September through October, and you can even notice in October sometimes there's gaps in days to where before I would respond, and probably even the first part of November, yeah, it felt very, very light, and then it picked up frequency, and I'd say emotional resonance. Yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did he talk to you about his work and moving and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct you to slide number 20. That for you would be 1.97. Would it be fair to that some of these
Good grief.
got very personal?
Yes.
Can you tell us what he told you about his upbringing?
He told me that he had a very horrible upbringing, that he was abused.
What's the
Should I
type?
tell you just what's on this, or what he told me later in general?
I'm just referring to
Just this, that he had a bad abusive upbringing, and that he found out late in life, like as an adult, that he had been adopted, and that his parents, who he thought were his parents, were not his actual, like, biological parents.
Did you believe that?
Yes.
So is that not true?
Now, in the weeks coming up to him visiting you in December, were there communications?
Yes.
I'm going to turn your attention to slide exhibit 1.98.
Mm-hmm.
This is slide 22.
He is a writer.
See where he references in the second paragraph, I'm trying to get a bit ahead on work so I can spend the next few weeks traveling. Did he indicate to you exactly where he planned on going? You can
Right
read
now.
that to us if that makes it easier.
Let's see. He said, I'm trying to get a bit ahead on work so I can spend the next few weeks traveling. I'll still be working, but like to have a little built-in cushion on projects when dealing with the vagaries of Wi-Fi on the road. Going to spend this weekend in Virginia, then New York, then on to New England until after Thanksgiving. So hopefully going to spend a little time poking around and seeing how a few spots feel in terms of life there. Seems like a better use of my time than the 45 Zillow emails I wake up to every morning.
So it was your understanding that in the weeks leading up to this email or text on November 8th that he was traveling?
That is correct, and this would have been far before the Missouri trip, he told me. And he told me, I don't know about like what he was doing in these places, but he did say that he met with one of his his biological father's lawyers during this time, I think was something he said in terms of that trip.
So at this point, you didn't have any reason to believe that he was homebound and couldn't leave his residence, right?
No.
I'm turning your attention to slide number 1.99.
You seem so.
Would it be fair to say that
This is wild.
also in November?
Yes.
Okay. And these were all leading up to the time period when he was coming to visit you? Or, well, I should say, when you were developing a relationship.
Yes, at this time, he had never, we were not even talking about, we had not talked about a visit that I can remember. That
Okay.
didn't come up till December.
Okay. So on November 10th, that last paragraph, can you read that for us?
Tomorrow, so I had asked, when do you leave in the previous message, and he says, tomorrow afternoon, going to get on the road a little early and hopefully miss the traffic. I always say that I'm going to sit down and come up with a list of things I need to pack and just save it so I can print it out every time and have the basic things figured, but I never have managed.
So as far as you knew, on November 10th, he told you he was going to be going on a road trip November 11th of 2022.
Yes, that's correct.
And still at that point, he never told you that he was unable to leave his residence, correct?
No, he never said he was unable to leave any residence.
Okay. Now, during your relationship, you indicated that at some point you shifted to some phone communication. Is that
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever use something called Signal app?
We did not use the Signal app to
Okay.
communicate.
Okay. Are you familiar with it?
I am. Mhm.
Okay. But you
He's
didn't
trying
use
to
that.
cover his tracks.
We didn't use it to communicate, no. And I didn't use it at that time, no.
What about Proton email?
I knew he used Proton email.
What the heck is
because I
Proton
I
email?
think I saw it on some of the emails.
What?
I did not use Proton email. I had actually not, I didn't even know about Proton email until I saw it like in one of his emails. Like I can't remember what you call that, the @.com. Yeah.
Okay. But he didn't
What is
require you
this?
to use that with him?
I've never
No.
heard of it.
Okay. Can you tell the jury, in late November, when you and he had just started talking, did anything happen to your vehicle?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
I had a flat tire on my
Okay.
car in November.
Okay. And did that prove to be problematic in any way?
I mean, just as problematic as a flat tire, would be to anyone. I was, moving, and then it definitely was like a hassle, yeah.
Timing not so convenient?
Yeah, and I'm very bad with cars, so
Okay.
car trouble stresses me out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did Mr. Stark offer to assist in any way?
He did.
What did he do?
He offered, and keep in mind we had never met, and he offered like via messages, because we were talking on WhatsApp at that time. He offered to fix the flat. He had said that he could have my car towed to a repair shop and have the flat tire fixed.
And did he do that for you?
He did, and I was very surprised.
Okay.
Yeah.
At
Why?
that point, I believe your first communication was October 18th of 2022. Be fair to say that was some approximately to 4 weeks later?
Our first communication was September
My apologies.
2022, and then I'm sorry, what was the second half of that?
How long had you known him before he had your tire fixed?
I mean, I wouldn't even say that I knew him at that time. I'd been messaging him online for, it would have been a month and a half to 2 months, somewhere in that range.
What did he have done for your car?
Okay, so he told me he was only going to fix the flat tire at the repair shop. When I got to the repair shop, my friend took me to pick up my car, I was very surprised because the clerk at the repair shop, he said that Nick had paid for 4 new tires.
Oh, look at
I believe 2 new bulbs on the
what a guy.
the front headlights. I'm not 100% certain that's what it was called, but he did some kind of repair or something to the front headlights. I think it was new bulbs. Yeah,
Did you determine how much that cost?
it was a big bill. I mean, what I would consider big. It was like, I think it was $600 and something in that range. Yeah.
Was that concerning to you?
Yes.
What did you do as a result?
I felt a mix of feelings.
She felt some feelings. Okay.
I felt grateful as you do when somebody does something kind for you, but it also felt like a lot, and it already felt like a lot just to have somebody fix your my tire for me, and then the surprise of that it was 4 new tires and then like a bulb change or something. It was just a lot. It was a lot to the point that the clerk at the car shop, he said something like, "Is that your husband or is that your boyfriend? He is so nice." And I said, "No." I said, "He's just an acquaintance, Yeah.
Did you have a conversation with him about that? Boundaries?
I
Yes,
first
he owed
talked
his
to some
ex-wife
friends
$1.5
about
million.
it, just to get their opinion, because it was such a big gift. And then I did talk to him, and I said that was too much. That was a lot. You said it was going to be 1 tire, then you did 4. That's a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in response to that conversation, well, let me be clear. Do you remember when you had that problem with your tire?
It was November of 2022. I do not remember the exact date.
Okay. Was it beginning of November, end of November, if you recall?
I think it was the last half of November of 2022.
Okay.
Yeah.
And after you had the conversation with him about boundaries and too much, what did he do?
He had this sort of like, he apologized, he kind of played it off, and he said this endearing thing kind of to where he's just like, "I'm so sorry, you're right, that was an odd gift, most guys, I've just been he said something like, "I've been out of practice for a while, and here I am like thinking that he's been grieving for 2 years." And he's like, "I've just been out of practice, I haven't dated." He's like, "I just wanted to do something nice for you." He's like, "But yeah, you're right, tires." He's like, "Come on, like what guy gives a girl tires?" He's like, it should have been flowers, right? Or something. And I said, "Yeah, flowers would have been more appropriate, than the 4 new tires." And then it kind of became like a little, it's like that conversation changed it from something that felt alarming at first to something that felt like, oh, okay, like he hasn't been dating for a while and he went overboard, you know what I mean? He must like me, and he went a little overboard in showing that. And it then became a little bit of an in joke throughout our relationship. He'd be like, oh, the tires, yeah, like what kind of guy gives a girl he's dating tires? That was so stupid of me, you know, like that kind of thing he used to say, yeah.
Did he subsequently give you flowers the following week?
Yes, about a week later, he had a very nice bouquet of flowers, like hand delivered to me, my house, for like, yeah.
Was that still in late November?
I believe so. If it wasn't late November, then it would have been probably the first week in December, but I think it was about a week after that, the tire repair, yeah.
Wow.
At some point, did you and Mr. Stark get engaged?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when that was?
It was April, or no, I'm sorry, we got engaged. The reason I said April, we got married in April. We got engaged in February of 2023.
Do you remember the date?
I don't.
Okay.
I want to forget the date. I don't remember. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's February.
Okay.
She says she wants to
at some point in
forget.
February of 2023, you get engaged. And then did you ultimately apply to get married?
Yes.
Can you tell us, prior to
Oh, my.
Getting married, did you have to fill out paperwork for that?
Yes, he filled out the paperwork, and I think it was an online application.
Okay. And as a result, at this time, I'm going to show her 1.92.
This is crazy.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the marriage license application that was submitted for our marriage.
Okay. And do you recognize that to be just a photocopy of the original?
Yes.
At this time, I would seek to introduce I believe, is that 9.2?
No objection.
It's admitted.
Can we please publish that? Thank you. And does that reference your names at the top of that?
Yes.
And was it required to indicate how many marriages this was for you?
Yes.
And does it indicate how many it was for Mr. Stark?
Yes.
And what was that?
He wrote that it was his second.
Did he indicate how his last marriage ended?
Yes.
And how was that?
Death,
And did he give a date of her death?
December 1st, 2020.
Wild.
And this was issued
So
when?
is there someone else?
April 13th, 2023.
Did it reference the names of his parents?
Yes, this is who he said were his biological parents. Edward Williams as his father, living in the UK, and Susan Fox, living in California, as his mother.
Did you understand that to be who he claimed were which parents, the adopted or the biological?
Biological parents that he had connected with and found out, later in life, yeah, as an adult. That's who I thought they were.
Does this also reflect the date that it was initially filed?
Yes, April 10th, 2023.
Yeah, I
And
want
both
the first
you
wife
and
to
Mr. Stark
testify.
had to sign that document?
Yes.
And did you?
Yes.
Those are both of your signatures?
Yes.
Okay. And that, of course, is your name also at the top, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, did you subsequently actually get married?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that was also sometime in April?
Yes, that was in April.
What's up, Will?
2023, I believe, late April.
Okay. And prior to getting married, did you and Mr. Stark discuss your living arrangements? what
Yes.
you were going to do after you got married?
Yes.
Okay. What was the plan?
He was going to move to PA and he wanted to buy a house, and then he said that we would both live in that house together. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And as a result of that,
Give me a second.
Who was going to pay for the house?
Nick Stark.
Okay. Did he indicate to you whether he was financially in a position to be able to afford the house without your assistance?
Yeah, that over time, but yes, yes, he said he was able to do that.
Okay, so he was going to be the one buying it.
Correct.
Okay. Was he responsible then for the arrangements for the finances?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can you tell the jury, did you in fact start looking for houses together?
Yes,
Did you find any?
we did. At first, we were looking at houses for him because he said he was going to move to PA, and so it was just a house for him. And then as our relationship progressed, we started looking together, and we did. We found several that we liked, and then we landed on one, so to speak, or chose one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did that ultimately result in an offer, acceptance, and a closing?
It resulted in an offer. He made an offer. I believe the offer was accepted. And if I'm thinking about it, it's because I'm not like real estate. I've never bought a house before. And I think he had put like a deposit or whatever, earnest money, whatever it's called in real estate. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And was there an actual closing date scheduled?
Yes.
Okay. So do you know when that was?
Yes.
When was that?
March 20th, 2023.
And why do you remember that date specifically?
It was a traumatic day.
What happened?
We were supposed to close that day, and in the morning I was still in bed. We were staying together at an Airbnb in Pennsylvania. I was still in bed, and he woke me up, and he said he looked like he had already been up for a bit, totally dressed, and he said that he was going to go run some errands and pick up the check for the closing, the cashier's check, and that he would be back before closing.
Do you remember when the closing was supposed to be?
I think it was around noon, but I'm not positive. I don't remember the exact hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was sometime during the day?
Yep, sometime during the day.
Okay.
Yes.
And he left to go get the check.
Yes.
Was he supposed to come back to the house?
Yes, he was. Yes,
Okay.
before closing. Yeah.
Did he have a car at that time?
Yes.
Do you know what type of car it was?
I believe it was, I could definitely recognize it if I saw it. I believe it was a Ford. It was kind of like an SUV, a larger SUV. I want to say it was a Ford Explorer.
Okay.
And I believe it was green.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at that point, he left to go pick up the check
Yes.
and was supposed to come home?
Yes.
Did he come home in timely fashion?
No.
What happened?
He wasn't home when I thought, he probably should have been. Like, it was getting closer and closer to the closing time. And so I started texting him, like, on WhatsApp, like, hey, are you okay? Is everything okay? Because it felt unusual. And then I started calling him, and I wasn't getting through to him. It was either going, like, right to voicemail or just, like, clicking off. The connection was clicking off. And then I got a very alarming text message from him.
Okay.
And it said, or WhatsApp message, same thing. It said, my car buddy, because I think autocorrect, I just remember this text. It said, my car buddy into flames. And of course, like, reading that message, I'm like, buddy first, like the autocorrect. And I was just, that's such a strange message to ever receive. But so then I'm like calling him frantically, and I didn't get through to him. I got through to, or I might have gotten through to him for a second, and then he like handed the phone off. But then I talked to a paramedic or an EMT, some kind of like medical professional.
Was at the scene with him?
Yes, correct.
Okay. At that point, you said that he had been on his way to the bank. Is that right?
That's what he told. He said he had to run like some errands and also pick up the cashier's check or registered check from the bank, from Citizens Bank. Yep.
Did you know how much the check was for?
I do not remember the exact amount, but I can tell you it was something like, it was a large amount. It was $800,000, I want to say, or 850. It was a very large amount of money. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So is your understanding that he was picking up the check and that he had been involved in a car fire of some sort?
Car accident is what I was thinking at
You
that
thought
time.
car accident, okay.
You know, because even reading I was like, I couldn't really fathom what had actually happened, you know?
Right.
But yes, some kind of car incident.
Did you know if the car was new?
I think it was pretty new. I don't think it was an old car.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at that point, did he go to the hospital?
So that's something, I asked the EMT or the paramedic, and I said, is he going to the hospital? Like, you know, like what hospital can I meet him at? Those kinds of things. And she said, he doesn't want to go to the hospital. And I said, but are you, like, should he? Is he okay? You know, like I was asking like those kind of caring, concern questions.
Jeez.
And I still didn't really grasp, I didn't grasp what had happened to the car or how like severe it was, because I remember asking the paramedic or the EMT, I said, can you make sure, you know, he gets all of his things out of the car? And she kind of, I don't want to say chuckled. It wasn't like she was amused, but she was just like,
He can't do that.
Try, but I don't think there's anything left in that car. And hearing that, I still was like a little bit confused. You know, I didn't understand the scope. And then, you know, I asked, you know, are you sure he's okay to not go to the hospital? And she said, well, he doesn't want to go. Like, we can't, you know, yeah, he just wants to go back to you or whatever, or home, you know.
When he got home, did you take him to the hospital?
Yes, I insisted on taking him to the hospital. I was concerned about him.
Why?
Well, when he walked through the door of the Airbnb, he was like crying a little. He was shaking. He had some, like, he looked a little burned, like on his face. Like he was missing, I want to say like half an eyebrow.
Oh, no.
Like he had, yeah.
Okay. As a result, I'm going to show you 1.91. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
That would be his medical bracelet, like the bracelets they put on you at hospitals, and that was from his when I took him to the hospital. Yeah.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, I would like to introduce that exhibit 1.91, I believe.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted without objection.
I'm going to publish it. Did that reflect the admission date on it right there?
Yes. Or yes.
Oh, there it is.
March 20th, 2023. Yep.
Thank you. That was the day of the closing as well?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And at that point, do you know what happened with respect to the car? In terms of the insurance? How did that go?
I still don't. Oh, you mean like the insurance? I don't know. I still don't know what happened really. We went to the hospital, and then I had asked him, did you call insurance? And he said no, and I'm thinking he's in shock, and so I, you know, encouraged him to do so. I said, well, you should report that, you know, to your insurance company that you had an accident or a fire or whatever it was. And so I believe he did that, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But initially it was your impression that he had not.
Correct. He was acting, I thought he was in shock because he wasn't doing the things that I had always been told to do if you have a car accident. And that was strange for him because he was usually such a like intelligent, put together person. Like it just seemed odd. Like photos. I had asked him like a day or two after the fire, I said, did you take any photos of your car? You know, the damage. And he said, no. And he said, do you think I should? And I said, I remember specifically saying this to him. I said, Nick, I said, you're a lawyer. I said, what would you advise a client to do? And he said, oh yeah, I guess you're right. I'll go take photos. And so then he went
He
to
was shook.
photos, and it was the photos that he showed me that I finally realized the extent of the damage to this car, and I was horrified.
Did you see the photographs yourself?
Yes,
How bad was the car?
as bad as you could possibly imagine. Like, yeah, like there was nothing, like it was just a frame, it looked like, of the car left, like a metal frame.
There was
His
nothing.
eyebrow got burned
Yes,
off.
and then it made sense with the paramedic, her reaction, you know, when I had asked to get his things out of the car.
After the
Yeah.
incident with the car, did you follow through? Because that happened, you said March 20th of 23.
Yes,
Did you follow through with your plans to get married?
yes,
Okay. And
They still got
that's
married.
when we showed you the marriage license, is that correct? Or the application?
yep, yes.
Okay. Did you know a woman by the name of Heather Thomas? Had he ever mentioned a
No.
woman by that name?
He mentioned he had had a girlfriend named Heather. He said it was just a girlfriend. He said she had wanted to marry him and he did not want to, and they broke up, and that it was a messy breakup. That's what he had said.
Dang.
Never told you that was his wife?
No, no,
Never told you that he had divorced her?
no,
Did you know if he owed her any money?
no. He told me he was debt free. He told me he owed nobody nothing.
He said he didn't know anything.
That's
You should have
correct.
taken that
He said he's
800,000 in
completely
the.
debt-free.
During your relationship with him,
Jeez.
did you discuss having children, the two of you?
Yes,
Did that seem important to him?
very much so. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at that point, did you make any arrangements to try and get pregnant?
Yes. Around the time we got married. Yep.
Can you tell the jury what you did?
I went to a preconception appointment at my with a certified midwife at my OB office. Yep.
I wonder what they
So that
said.
was right around what point in time? Can you
Right
tell?
around the date of our marriage. Yep.
Okay, so that was right away.
Yes, that's correct.
She wanted to have his baby.
Now, you've testified that you had no idea that Mr. Kassotis had a first wife, no less a second wife, correct?
That's correct.
And
Or that he didn't have. I testified that he didn't have. What do you mean by that?
let me clarify that. It was your testimony that you didn't know that his wife was alive when he
Oh
first met
no!
you.
Yeah, no, I did not know that.
And at this point,
His
you
wife,
didn't
Heather?
know either that there was potentially a first wife named Heather Thomas.
Right.
She's
that's
talking
what I thought
about
you were-
Mindy.
Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't know he had a wife before.
Okay, can you tell us how you came to learn of those things?
I came to learn of those things through Agent, over the course of several
Sands.
conversations with Agent Tracy Sands of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation after Nick was arrested.
Do you see
Yikes.
Agent Sands here today?
I do.
He's so
Can you point him
awkward.
out for us?
He's right there next to you. Yep, in the middle. Yeah.
The record can so reflect, Your Honor. And can you tell us, how did it make you feel learning that
Dang.
he had not only the first wife who had passed, but the second wife from before her?
I don't think words will ever capture how I felt, but I felt if I had to choose some words, I'd say horrified, shocked, traumatized, violated, deceived.
What did you do?
In the days that followed his arrest,
She's
I
never going to be in a
contacted
relationship again.
Agent Sands multiple times.
You get divorced and then this is your first relationship? Sheesh.
After learning that, I tried to be as helpful as I could be because I was horrified. And so, in the days that followed, I took pictures of all the belongings that he had
Dang.
in the Airbnb and sent the photos to Agent Sands and asked if they needed anything. of his belongings. And they requested some of those, and I had them shipped to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
She probably wanted to
And
burn
then
them.
I also, like his laptops, his phones, and when I say laptops and phones, because he had one for work, one for personal, and then I also started looking messages, emails, anything that I thought the Georgia Bureau of Investigation might want to see. It was just,
It's tough.
I was still in shock, but I knew that I wanted to be helpful because what I was hearing was so horrifying and I had no idea. And so I was trying to be as helpful in those immediate days as I could be.
What did you do about your marriage?
I wanted it annulled because I felt like the marriage and everything in the marriage was not consensual because of his fraud, and I wanted it annulled. And annulment in Pennsylvania is very difficult. It's very, very rigid about the requirements to get an annulment. It has to be fraud, or like some very specific other things. So it was very hard to get a lawyer who would actually even pursue it, but I did get one, and we went to, we filed for an annulment and a divorce at the same time in case the annulment wouldn't go through. There are not a lot of annulments in Pennsylvania, to my understanding. And then I had to wait several months before we could go to a hearing, and we went to a hearing at a court of common pleas in Pennsylvania. And
Did you get an annulment?
the judge, yes,
Wow.
the judge in Pennsylvania granted my annulment on the basis of his fraud. And so that was that's very rare in Pennsylvania that they do that. So the marriage was declared null and void because he
It's going in her book.
committed fraud against me.
Do you know whatever happened to the house that you were supposed to buy?
I have no idea.
Did you ever buy it?
No,
Did you ever move into a house that he purchased?
no.
Did you ever see that check that was supposed to be
No.
picked up?
No, he said the check burned in the car fire. The cashier's check. Yeah.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Dang.
Mr. Weinstein, cross-examination.
Can't imagine there would be much here. We'll see.
Good morning, Ms. Klesner. I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Nick Kassotis. I just have a question for you.
Look how
about
she's looking at Doug.
down payment on the home. Do you recall
Dang.
Nick Kassotis putting a $50,000 down payment on that house?
He said he did, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Anything else?
Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Oh, I cannot wait to see this case by the defense. Nick. I swear, I think Nick is 007. I don't know what's going on out here. He was trying to cover up something. We don't know what. But we've got so many of y'all saying, man, this guy is guilty. Doug Weinstein's asking about the down payment on the house. I don't know what the defense is going to do here. Y'all have to let me know what you think in the comments in the chat. Sheesh. How are y'all feeling? Amy said Doug only asked her one thing. Someone said, Doug, who cares? I think she's being truthful. Looks like I missed some good stuff. Yeah, I'll have it clipped up for y'all over the weekend. Doug hasn't been asking many questions of the witnesses. He asked one thing. Let's see what the judge has to say here.
Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Wow.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been over 2 hours, so we'll go ahead and take a morning break. If you'll step out with the bailiffs, please.
We'll get to skip this morning break. We had a couple of, let me see, a couple of experts earlier. I think we're good on, so we'll skip through the morning break and get into our next witness here. I actually had a couple things I wanted to cover for y'all. We'll get into it shortly, maybe when they go to lunch. Let me skip ahead here. All right, here we go with the next witness in this case. Let's see who we got.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Good morning, Agent Sands.
Good morning.
Can you please spell your name for the court reporter?
Tracy is Tracy. Last name Sands, Sands.
And
No,
Agent
not
Sands,
Tracy.
Where do you work?
I'm a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I work with the Region 5 Field Office, which covers Liberty County, although our office is in Statesboro.
And just for this portion of your testimony, we're going to be discussing the audio statements that were preserved in connection with Mr. Kassotis.
Okay.
As a result of being a member of law enforcement, did there come a time when you took some arrest warrants in this case?
I did.
And when you took those arrest warrants, did they ultimately result in the arrest of Mr. Kassotis?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was he arrested?
Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
And do you recall the date?
Would have been May the 11th or 12th.
Okay.
Somewhere in that area.
Would it be of 2022 or 3?
23.
Okay. And at that point, did you have an opportunity to speak with him after he had been arrested?
12th.
Okay. So on May 12th of 2023, he was arrested, and subsequently, did you speak with him after his arrest?
Well, I actually had to fly to Pennsylvania first, so I met with him the following day, which would have been May the 13th.
Okay. Pennsylvania is not your location, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So how did the arrangements get made for where you were going to have the interview?
We called ahead and requested assistance. We had been working with the Pennsylvania State Police, U.S. Marshals, as FBI, as well as others. So we contacted the facility he was housed at and requested to schedule an interview as soon as we could arrive.
And as a result of that scheduling, did you have an opportunity to sit down with him?
I did.
Who was present?
Detective Jack Frost with the Liberty County
Shout out to
Sheriff's
Jack
Office.
Frost. That's a dope name.
Now Investigator Frost.
And were you also, of course, there?
Yes, ma'am.
And who else was the interview subject?
Yes. Mr. Kassotis was there at that time.
Okay, and if the record can reflect, he is indicated towards the defendant. At that time, did you sit down with him, with Investigator Frost and yourself?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and was that a situation where you were able to record that interview?
We did. We were anticipating a video recording, but I always carry an audio recorder just in case. As a backup, and we actually used an audio recording device at that time.
Okay, did you have access to a video recorder at the time?
Not there. Like I say, it was a very large facility, so I anticipated one being there, but once we got in the room, they had actually put us, it was more like a closet than an interview room.
Okay. And did you in fact record it?
I did.
Okay. And previously,
Can
you
we
heard
see
some
it,
testimony
please?
concerning Investigator Frost discussing the Miranda waivers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When are we going to get to see it?
2.19. Are you familiar with that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That is our standard GBI waiver of rights forms.
Okay. And what is the intent of using that form?
To advise the person being interviewed of their Miranda rights.
Okay. Was this unique in this case with respect to Miranda rights?
It was. Over my 30-year career, I can only think of a handful of attorneys that I had interviewed.
Interesting.
And as far as you knew, what was Mr. Kassotis' former employment?
He was a judge advocate general with the Navy.
And in that capacity, does that handle criminal matters?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that act in the form of a prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am. My understanding is they act as prosecutors and defense, depending on which case is assigned.
Okay. So at that time, did you follow the same protocols, irrespective of the fact that he was previously a lawyer or was a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am. He was a suspect in custody, so we advised him of his Miranda rights.
Okay. And are those rights documented on that form?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Who read him his rights?
I read him his rights.
Okay. And is that captured on the audio?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you in any way threaten Mr. Kassotis?
I did not.
Did you offer him some benefit in order to give a statement?
I did not.
And everything that was said, is that on the audio?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, prior to coming in, did you have an opportunity to listen to that audio again to confirm that it was the audio recording
Can we hear
in
it?
its entirety?
Yes, ma'am, numerous times.
Okay. And is that a complete and accurate recording of what occurred and transpired on May 13th of 2023 in Lancaster, Pennsylvania?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the USB that I physically have it on be marked itself. There are other exhibits on it, Your Honor, so I will go through that with counsel prior to the jury, but I would ask, I guess our next one is 1.101. So I will mark the USB with that sticker, if that's okay. And just so the record is clear, Your Honor, there is a folder on Exhibit 1.101 that reflects statements, and it reflects the date of May 13th, 2023, just to distinguish it.
Thank you.
Agent Sands, do you know approximately how long that initial interview was?
It was over 2 hours.
Okay. For the purposes of today, Your Honor, I'm going to try and break that up.
The prosecutor, who do I think is winning this case so far? Prosecution is winning this case so far.
And Your Honor, at this time, I've now seen
Y'all about ready to lock this man up.
1.101, the file referencing May 13, 2023, Nicholas Killian James Stark.
Any objection? No objection. It is admitted.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to play the audio.
You may.
You can just tell me when you're ready, madam.
Here we go.
Jack Cross on the Liberty County Sheriff's Office. Hi. Hey, where? Liberty County Sheriff's Office. Okay.
Turn it up.
When they had to get to the card, I'm gonna let you carry them back here and I'll let us know either way. That way, if you later.
Okay.
You can get in touch with us. I can go from there. As you know, you read your
It's a little hard to hear.
Then that water was pretty low. If you need one. Thank you. Yes.
And what's your name again?
Nicholas Stark.
There we go.
You have a middle name?
I have two middle names. Killian, K-I-L-I-A-N. James.
Okay.
What is going on here?
And how old are you?
I'm 40 years old.
40. Okay. And what address are you?
590 Centerville Road, number 345, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, 17601.
Okay. And I know you were an attorney, so years of schooling?
I mean, I got a postgraduate law degree too, so
Okay.
I don't know, close to 20, I think.
Okay.
12.
He said, yeah, I'll talk to the police. He is an attorney, so
21, actually.
Okay. I hope that
Not surprising.
years and a law degree.
Not completely shocking.
As I told you, I'm a special agent with GBI. He's actually a detective with Liberty County Sheriff's Office. Says I have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that, right?
Yes, I do.
It's kind of funny asking you that.
No, it's all right.
Anything I say can be used against me in court of law.
Yes.
Have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with me while being questioned.
Yes.
If I can,
He had a lawyer with him.
A lawyer will be appointed to represent me for any questioning if I wish.
Yes.
I can decide at any time to exercise these rights, not to answer any questions or make any statements.
Yes.
So to understand my rights, having these rights in mind, I'm willing now to talk to this law enforcement officer.
Yes.
First drive from the airplane, so take me a second.
No, that's all right.
I have not been threatened, promised anything, forced in any way to answer any questions or make any statements.
Yes.
Are you willing to talk to us?
I am. You don't worry about my notes? No, please.
And I noticed I didn't have any video in here or anything. So,
but you're recording. Yeah, no, that's.
I'm not trying to hide or
No, I'm sorry.
And I know yesterday was kind of a surprise, all the stuff going on with you. You've been advised of what it was in reference to, correct?
Just very, very briefly.
Okay. This is in reference to the death of Mindy.
Yes.
And at that time,
We're going to
she
find
was
out
your
why I
wife.
took this
She
case.
was.
All right. Let's start. Let's go back to, let's say, 2018.
Okay.
What happened in your life in 2018? I know you've been through a lot of changes in time, but...
Yeah. In 2018, we started undergoing a campaign of harassment.
Okay.
It started with money going missing from our accounts.
Dang.
And
who did it?
And escalated to vandalism at the house of our vehicles, threats against us.
And where were you living at that time? I know
Alexandria, Virginia.
Alexandria? Okay. Did you make any police reports?
We both made an FBI report,
okay,
but we did not make a police report.
FBI report, okay. And that was vandalism and burning?
Yes.
What type of vandalism? Like painting or like...
No, broken stuff, nails and tires, rocks through windows. I was getting anonymous emails and text messages threatening to kill me.
Okay.
Wow. Can you prove that?
And then what happened?
Trying to get my timeline right. This went on for a long time.
Okay.
Getting worse, it would get a little better, it would get worse. In late 2019, we left Alexandria
okay,
and went to Charlottesville. We were hoping, to find a
new quiet place?
Yeah. Hoping that it would be better. Within, I think, a day or two of arriving there, I was assaulted.
Okay. And how were you assaulted?
With a bat or something
okay,
similar.
Dang.
We had found a place that we could rent for a while, and I had gone there to move some stuff in, and
okay,
somebody was waiting. There's I believe it was Nelson County. It was I can't remember what county it was, but.
Do you have any idea who it would have been?
I believe it was Wayne Kassotis.
Okay. And who is Wayne?
Wayne is my father.
Okay.
And we had been told, but this is kind of we'd been contacted by somebody who initially told us that he was with the FBI. He showed up one day and talked to Mindy, and then later told us he was not. But
okay, so there's the same story.
I'm not exactly sure what that conversation was. I wasn't there for it.
Okay.
But for years, has served as a advisor to us in terms of safety. And he told us that he believed that Wayne was at the center of the.
So Mindy talked to him, but you didn't.
I talked to him later. I did not talk to him the first time he came to the house.
But so he first said he was with FBI.
I believe that was her understanding. Was that
Okay.
he said he was with the FBI.
But later he clarified that
That he was not.
Okay.
But he had said that he thought it would be a good idea for us to leave the area of Alexandria. We went to Charlottesville and didn't even make it. I forget if it was I forget exactly when we got down there.
What does Nick say happened to her?
I had 3 broken ribs, I believe, and we.
Was there a police report with you?
There was not. I called them last fall, and was told that, given the fact that I hadn't actually seen him, and that I was going off of just kind of like the sound. I mean, he's somebody I'm familiar with. The sound of the person, the sounds of the person made it sounded like him to me.
Okay.
We were really unsure what to do at that point. We bounced around the Charlottesville area for about a month.
Okay.
This prosecutor is not playing around.
Close to 2 months. And then had a conversation and decided that we were going to go to Hilton Head for the holidays.
Now, were you still in the Navy then?
No, I was in the process of, and I forget exactly when I got the paperwork. And
I got the paperwork and stuff, and I'm not trying to figure it out. I'm just trying to help my.
Yeah, no. So I hadn't gotten my discharge paperwork yet, but I went to a Navy clinic.
Okay.
But I had not.
I got your official paperwork.
Yeah. I believe at that point I thought I was still a reservist, and I forget exactly what the date was that the reserve discharge came through.
That's no problem. But y'all were around Charlottesville for around 2 months.
Yeah, around 2 months.
And then you moved.
So he was in the reserve.
Yes.
Do you remember what year that
Hearing
was?
that right?
That was Christmas 2019.
Okay.
We arrived Christmas Eve.
And was that when y'all lived with his brother, her brother?
No.
You didn't live. Y'all just had an initial, you and her. There was nobody else then, right?
Yeah. So for several months it was just the 2 of us. So this is now early 2020. Stayed in kind of a variety of places. And I want to say it was April. Her parents and her youngest brother moved into a rental that we had.
Okay.
Her father had a knee surgery, and he needed a place where he could.
That was verified by their other witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time they had been living with her middle brother and his wife, but his house was.
So she has 3 brothers?
No, she has 2 brothers.
2 brothers.
Sorry. Yeah.
You said middle also?
Yeah. He's the middle child.
Okay.
There was Mindy was the oldest. Frank was, I think, about 3 years younger than her, and then Matthew was, I believe, about 21 years younger than her.
Okay.
He was a.
Why do you say Matthew was?
He was the late.
This wording is weird.
Her parents.
Her parents said the same thing. Her mom said he was a surprise baby.
Okay, so we lived with them for 2 months or so, or give or take.
Nope.
Mindy and her father
Matthew's still alive.
had an argument. She was kind of unhappy with their response to, you know, us moving, and then we lived by ourselves for quite a while.
Okay.
We were up in we were in Hilton Head for I think only about a week at this point, more. And we went to Charleston, and we were down in the Beaufort area. Beaufort.
It's Buford.
Yeah, okay, sorry. I don't say it.
It's like
and
America
then-
the Beautiful. Why do people say
and
Beaufort?
then
This makes sense.
February of 2021, we moved in with her brother and his wife,
Okay.
and their mother was living there as well.
Okay. So Mindy's mother?
Yes, yeah.
But her father, where was her father at the time?
Her father was in, I believe it's called Dublin, Georgia.
Okay.
So Matthew is a bit of a baseball star,
Okay.
and was going at that point was going to a high school there.
Okay.
And now he's going to a junior college somewhere.
Okay.
South Georgia State, possibly. It's probably. We lived with Frank and Megan for over a year.
That's crazy. They lived with them for over a year and I didn't see anything.
A short, time, but given other things in our life, we felt that that was a good place for us to be, and we wanted to stay with them, kind of into the future.
And what were y'all doing at that time for employment? Was he working?
Mindy was not working. Neither of us were working per se. I was working on a piece of software analysis of what it was doing on behalf of this advisor, and with the
So did he lie to the
understanding that
police
there would
too?
be, payment when it was finished.
Did that ever come forward, or was that still pending?
That was still pending when I kind of cut ties with him.
Okay. So you're still developing it now. I mean, it's not like a project somewhere else. You're still working on it.
I'm still working on it. I don't know where it is at this time.
But you're not working on it.
No.
Okay. Yeah.
We had several conversations both with him about payment and with Frank and Megan about living situations and finding houses to live in, and Frank and Megan got to a point where they felt that it was all taking too long, and they did not want to continue planning. They wanted to put their house on the market.
Okay, what was the guy's name, the software guy that you were communicating?
He goes by Jim to me.
Jim? Jim, okay.
Yes. The last name McIntyre.
Okay.
I quite honestly, I feel like he's lied to me so much that
Have you ever met him in person?
I have met him.
So
in
he's
person,
saying
yes.
Jim McIntyre was lying.
I've met him multiple times. He's shown places where we were, told us to, told us that he thought it was time for us to move, to find a better place.
But the plan was for him to buy the software.
Yes.
Or help facilitate the sale. Okay.
I don't know, guys. I don't know. This doesn't sound this.
Then what happened?
I believe it was June 2021. We had been told multiple times that we would have a rental, set up in our names locally, where we
By who?
and Mindy's parents could move.
By who? Who told you that, Nick?
And that was Jim telling you that?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. McIntyre told him that. So Mr. McIntyre told him we would get a house in place for your family.
After one of the times that we'd been told that we'd be out by a certain date, and came and went, Frank got very upset and filed for eviction for Mindy and I.
And was that the father or the son?
I'm sorry, the son.
Okay.
Who owned the house.
Okay.
At this point, the father was living in the house. He had moved in, I guess, October 2021-ish.
Okay. So you were evicted
by the son. Yeah, Mindy's brother.
Then what happened?
I'm not
her parents
convinced of
put us
anything
up
right
in a
now.
hotel for a week in Savannah.
Okay.
We waited for we were really upset with how things had gone. We felt like we were kind of abandoned.
Okay.
Too much going on.
Jim said that if we could continue working together, he would have more control. He would, so we rented an Airbnb in Savannah.
Okay.
There was 2 bedrooms. It was big enough for us and for Mindy's parents to stay there as well.
Do you remember the address or?
It was on 65th Street,
Okay.
but I don't remember the number.
Okay. Then what happened?
We were. I guess one of the a constant issue with Jim was him telling us things or asking us to lie on his behalf, and
Who is Jim McIntyre? He's a ghost.
and not following through. Like causing issues.
And what sort of lies? He was asking you to lie on his behalf. What do you mean by?
Sometimes it was a matter of like telling us stuff that I have reason to doubt, that my parents were not actually my parents. Sometimes it was.
So Jim was telling him
He
this?
told you that your parents weren't your parents.
Yes.
Okay.
What?
Um,
Is he really?
And how did he get that? What was his source of the information?
Bill Gates' son?
Had me take a DNA test.
Is that what's going on?
That the result that he had gotten a sample from them.
Is this Bill Gates' secret son?
He would put me on the phone with people he said were investigators that I questioned whether they were.
Do you remember what company the DNA test was? Was it like Ancestry or?
No, so I didn't
You just never saw it.
Yeah, he swabbed it. He took it. He took it off.
This is insane.
And then told me, at a later time that I was not related to them.
Okay.
But one of the issues.
What was your reason for allowing him to I'm kind of following you. Why would you want Jim to know your family? Why would you give him your DNA?
I trusted him a lot
Okay.
throughout this. I felt like he was keeping us safe, and that he was, when he took this, it was probably, fall 2020, I guess late summer, early fall 2020.
Call Jim McIntyre right now. Jim is a ghost.
So one of the issues when we were living with Frank and Megan was that a rather large issue was that we've been trying to have a child. I think Mindy had thought that she might be pregnant. She had taken a test that was positive, but it was very early in July of 2020.
Okay, that matches up.
July 2020?
I'm sorry, July of 2021. We were living with them.
Okay.
She.
Was that at 65th Street?
No. This is we didn't get to 65th Street until July 2022.
Okay.
I think July 2022, June, July, somewhere in there.
Okay.
July 2021, we went to the emergency room because she had some bleeding.
And y'all would have been living in Hilton Head then?
Yeah.
Okay. So went to ER.
Went to the ER.
Now, were you getting like your military benefit? Was it TRICARE?
No. At this point, we were.
Benefits.
We did not have benefits. We were. We were using just like Medicare, Medicaid, whichever. Once for if you're old, and once for if you're not making money at that time. that was the no money one.
Okay. So y'all had never really.
That's Jim's wife there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we were.
Okay.
Depending on Jim for a lot.
And I'm sorry to keep interrupting you, but I want to clarify, make sure I get it right.
Yeah, no.
So July 21, she took the test.
Yeah, or she'd taken the test sometime before, but she had some bleeding. July 2021, we went to the hospital learned that she was not pregnant. The woman we spoke to said it was likely a fairly early miscarriage.
And y'all met when? How many years ago?
Oh, Mindy and I?
Yeah.
We met in fall of 2015.
Okay. And you were married in?
October 2016.
Okay. And did y'all start trying to have children then?
We didn't. I was transitioning out of the Navy, and we thought that we would take a couple of years, and then we kind of wound up in the thick of the shit that we were going through.
Life.
Yeah.
In Texas terms. What about when did your rough decision that y'all really wanted to have kids start?
I think when we moved in with, we always said we wanted to have kids, and when we moved in with Frank and Megan, they had recently, probably 4 months before, had a daughter.
Okay.
And I think, seeing it and, it being her younger brother, it really, Mindy really wanted to start at that point.
Okay.
The situation was not ideal, but we thought we were moving towards, an ideal situation.
Yeah.
And she was getting older, and you were getting older.
Yeah, exactly. She was slightly older than I was, so we went to the
so
hospital.
strange.
Learned that we had lost the baby, and contacted Jim, and he said, don't share that. Don't share what happened at the hospital. Just say everything's fine.
That must be Mindy's brother.
2 weeks
Gotta
later, 2-3 weeks later, Frank asked Mindy if she was pregnant, and she froze and said, she wasn't allowed to talk about it. And he gave her a big hug, and he's like, that's so great, and she was upset. And came to me. We sent a message to Jim, and he said, just let it go. Like,
There you
yes, like sure. Say you're
Amy
pregnant.
said
you'll be
maybe
pregnant soon,
Jim is the-
and by the time like the timing all becomes clear, this will
The
all
demon
be
that sits on
settled.
his shoulder.
So how often would you message Jim?
Could be.
Every day.
Every day.
I wish we could ask Mindy if she's talked to Jim.
An app called Signal.
Okay.
It's an encrypted messaging app that he introduced me to.
Okay. And then, how often do you physically see him?
When we were at Frank and Megan's, we would not see him. But before that, it was probably once a month to once every 2 months.
Okay. And did you see him at Frank and Megan's?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't see him in person for about a year and a half from when we moved in with them, which he did not want us to do until we were in the hotel in Savannah.
Okay.
The first hotel, we were in 2 hotels there.
Okay. Do you remember the name of the hotel?
They were both La Quintas.
Okay.
We have a dog, or we had the dogs do that. The dog is still alive, but
What's the dog's name?
Rusty.
And that was the dog you had yesterday?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I guess the dog was at the house or was in the car with
He
you?
was at the house.
Okay, because I got pictures sent to me of the dog, so I was making sure.
Okay.
That he was
Is he okay?
Yeah, he's
Okay,
fine.
okay.
Yeah, he's fine, and she said, but y'all had the dog Rusty then, so La Quintas is where you could stay.
Yeah, they have a really, or I don't know if it's I mean, this doesn't matter, but I don't know if it's just these locations or if it's a wider thing, but they're really easy with dogs.
Okay. And he looked like a lab, but he's like a mixed lab.
I mean, I call him a lab mix.
Okay.
He looks kind of like a Carolina dog, which
How long have you had him?
I adopted him in 2011 when I lived in Italy.
Okay.
He was
So he's kind of
4 weeks old. Yeah.
getting gray.
Yeah.
Okay.
We gotta go find Mindy.
Okay. Alright, so back to y'all were in hotels, La Quintas. Back at one time you said that her parents paid, or was it both times they paid?
I think they paid. It was, so I think they paid for both initially.
Okay.
We were in one for just a couple days, and then their weekend rates were significantly higher than the other one's weekend rates.
Okay.
So she moved us there and paid for another couple days, and then we had. Then we called a couple friends to ask them to pay while we were figuring stuff out.
Okay.
At this point in time, we had no car. We were. I had recently learned that my driver's license had been canceled by the Virginia. Because I guess if you check, I had set my mailing address when we were moving in Florida. Like one of the services that'll scan your mail.
Okay.
And it just seemed like a good idea for us. We weren't exactly sure where we were going to land, and we'd had problems with our mail disappearing to the point where we had initially got a PO box. But I guess if you change your license address to an out-of-state address, they cancel it. And by the time that letter caught up with me, like I mean, it was years later, and I was so yeah, we were in the La Quinta for. I'm not exactly sure how long. I don't know, a couple weeks.
You're in La Quinta.
Yeah, that's prior. Yeah, we were at one that's kind of set up as a motel. They're not too. They're probably a couple miles apart. One's kind of set up like as a motel, like it all opens, to like exteriors, and then the second one was more of a traditional hotel.
Okay.
I think that might be called Midtown, but I'm not sure.
Then what happened?
So we met with Jim. We said that we wanted access to our own money. We wanted a vehicle. Mindy. So at this point, Mindy had tested positive again.
Oh, wow.
Was pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
Like we wanted her seeing a doctor of her choice.
And roughly when was that?
This is when we were at the hotel. This was our list of demands. So we didn't want to be depending on him for anything.
What year roughly?
Oh, I'm sorry. This was 2022.
2022.
Yeah.
What a crazy story.
She's pregnant, and what around what?
And everybody has the same story.
Did she get pregnant?
Yeah.
She tested. She tested in May, but she had already been pregnant. We think or I was told she had already been pregnant for a little while.
Okay. Did she know if it was a boy or a girl, or?
We were told it was a girl.
Okay. And where were y'all told that?
After we left the hotel and got to 65th Street, there was a doctor who had come to the house that Mindy found, and he would meet with her. And she told me after one of her appointments that he had said that he'd done a test and that it was a girl.
Okay. Said he had tested and it was a girl.
Yeah, I'm not sure what type of test it was. He would arrive with a bag and.
Okay. That's like a male doctor's bag?
Yeah, like a doctor's bag. And then he would see her in the...
What typically calls a doctor like that?
I don't know.
Okay.
So this was... She said that she wanted to find somebody, and...
Depends on how far along you are.
Mindy found him, Mindy contacted him, Mindy dealt with him. It was one of our other
Because I mean, there's like a ton of doctors'
Mindy
offices
talked to
in that
him.
area that they...
Yeah. No,
his name?
I don't.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I ever got it. He talked to me very little.
Okay.
But he would come. She would talk to him.
How often had he came?
It varied. So when we...
How many times would you say he came?
Yeah. Probably... I mean, we were there for...
Wow.
5 months. I guess probably about a dozen times. It wasn't all. So he came. He came more like earlier, and then later on he came. And in between there would be sometimes it would be like once a month.
And he billed that to Medicare or Medicaid, whichever one's which, because I don't know which one either.
Yeah. That was one of the only conversations I ever had with him. I filled out a form for that and put the number on it.
Okay. Okay, then what happened?
Probably October, mid to late October. Mindy's blood pressure started to get higher. She was very sensitive to medications. She'd been on Synthroid for years and had been told that she had to take the prescription only because there's less difference between the...
Might have been diabetes. Diabetes.
Between...
I'm sorry, that was for thyroid problems?
Yeah.
Could have been
there's less difference
gestational
between the
diabetes.
doses and the generic. And that she was very like when she increased her dose, like she had to do it very, very slowly. She couldn't do like a normal dose. She had issues with muscle relaxants and beta blockers.
So muscle relaxers and beta blockers.
Yeah, she had what appeared to be allergic reactions to both.
So with the muscle relaxers, what were they for?
We've been in a bad car accident in October 2017. We were rear-ended at kind of high speed.
I wonder if that can be
I
verified.
saw the car coming up behind us and braced a little. She was in the passenger seat and nodded and kind of like twisted her.
And so she got some back problems.
Yeah. She got injections like into her disc.
Then what happened? And we're back with the blood pressure and the...
Yeah. So the doctor told her that she should be on bed rest. That she should not be interacting with her parents. There have been a couple of kind of
They're probably stress.
A couple of real arguments there. One was that we had considered moving to Atlanta because we thought her youngest brother, was going to be going to school there in the fall.
Okay. And they got upset over that?
No.
I'll stop moving to Atlanta. We don't need any more people here.
We'd been given like I think we'd been given like a hat for the school. He was Kennesaw State, and then we found out in late August that he'd actually failed all his classes and had lost his offer there. And
that sucks.
Kind of thinking that was where we were gonna head.
Okay, but back to the no interaction with her parents. That he said they had a couple of arguments with you.
Yeah, that was one of them. And the other one was over them regularly seeing Frank and Megan. She was very upset about that. She felt that Frank had put us in a horrible position and had kind of betrayed us.
How did you feel about it?
I was extremely upset with Frank.
And she was upset too.
She was upset too. I think she was more upset. I kind of understood their situation. Like, at that point, Harper was their only grandchild, and did they not want to have a relationship with their grandchild? Like I don't know. I'm not a parent, but I can imagine this type of situation is pretty hard.
Okay. And then what happened? Placed on bed rest.
She's been placed on she's been placed on bed rest. I was having to check her blood pressure every night. I was given a little like digital sleeve that did it. Yeah. It was kind of nice. And then she would report that.
Timmy said that y'all were in a 2-bedroom.
Yeah.
And she was not supposed to see her parents. How did that work out? She liked it.
Y'all believe him?
Not really well. Like, I mean, she would basically. So there were kind of 2 living areas. Our bedrooms were directly across from each other.
Okay.
With the only shared bathroom with a shower in between.
Okay.
So she would send me messages like, hey, are they sitting kind of, so it was like an L-shaped house, so I would sit here kind of by the bedrooms and work, and there you had like this living area, dining area, the kitchen, and then it would jut towards the back, and there was like another living area.
So she kind of used you as her eyes.
Yeah, she'd be like, hey, like, are they sitting, are they either in their bedroom or like sitting back there, and...
Was it a big house?
No, sir.
So I made it difficult, didn't it?
It was not great.
And you said y'all were there for 5 months, roughly?
Roughly, yeah. We were discussing our
I
were
know,
discussing
Amy, I
our
know.
options.
It's weird.
You know, with Jim, with them, you know, they wanted to stay in the area. We wanted badly to leave the area. He said he would help find a suitable place for them until we got settled, and then we could potentially
Here
buy them
comes Jim
something
again.
if that's what we decided to do. He said he wanted to get us to, we talked for some time about changing our names. He said that his plan was to have us go to Missouri for a brief time, change our names there with the court, and then
Why though? Why?
just settle in kind of a rural area,
And this was Jim you're talking about?
Yeah. Near enough, medical so that we could do all the baby stuff, but
We gotta find Jim.
far enough that we would just kind of be. He said that he would tell us, to cut contact with people, to not tell them.
And at this point, he's really not giving you anything.
Yes, at this point, yeah.
So no money at all.
Right.
Okay. And that's Gino.
Yeah. Around Thanksgiving, the week of Thanksgiving, Mindy had been trying a couple of new blood pressure medicines, and they were not working. She would like try one for a week, and then see if there was change, and her doctor came. They talked for a while, and she said that she told me that she had explained our situation. I'm sorry, can I back up?
Yeah.
In October, I think it was September 30th. Wayne showed up at the house.
Okay.
That's your father?
Yeah.
Okay.
He showed up with his brother. I was shut. It was kind of first thing in the morning. I was.
What's his brother's name?
Chester. I think it was by Chet.
Chester Chet. Okay. And what's his last name?
Kassotis, yeah.
What were they driving?
They were driving a white SUV, a Subaru rental. It was the day that a hurricane was supposed to hit Savannah, but it ended up taking a bit north.
They were like a high from
What?
We like a high from
Yeah. So I was kind of coming out of the bathroom. I had coffee, and I saw there were shades in the front of the house. I saw somebody there, and I just assumed it was the house's owner coming to.
Sounds
see
like he was trying to protect the family.
So you saw him through the shades?
Yeah, I didn't realize who it was. Opened the door and was terrified. They asked to come in. I said absolutely not. I asked how they found me. Wayne said that he had hired somebody, and it wasn't that hard. He said he wanted me to come with him somewhere to talk.
And Nick was like, no way.
There was the house next door was under construction, and there were workers there, and they started making a racket, and he and I, it distracted him, and I shut the door. I wanted to leave immediately.
Nick has to testify. I wonder if, I hope he testifies.
Why are you desperately afraid of him?
I thought the last time I'd seen him, you'd taken a baseball bat.
Exactly. From the baseball thing.
Yeah.
So that's what I used to, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, no.
Had he ever hit you prior to that?
No.
Okay.
Interesting.
What was his reason then, you think, for hitting you or attacking you?
I don't know. Things had gotten very bad with the family, and I never quite understood it. It started with my brother Chris.
They lived in the same house.
Kind of this very antagonistic relationship, antagonistic attitude towards Mindy. And when I tried to like set some just very basic boundaries, like, hey, I'm not going to talk to Chris, and I want you to respect our
Wake up,
relationship.
Judge.
That was when things.
Oh, he's sleeping.
Kind of jumped off. I mean, even when we were living with Frank and Megan.
The judge is sleeping.
I think everybody in that house got.
If I'm not sleeping, y'all can't sleep.
Or texts or emails from him trying to figure out where I was.
Okay.
There he goes.
Yeah,
that always makes me laugh, man. Look at this judge falling asleep.
I went out the back. So
come on.
As is kind of, I guess.
Come on, Judge.
Something that happens in Savannah. You have these almost alleys behind it.
He gone.
Each street. So I went out the back door. We locked
cried
the
doing that, man.
doors,
Dirty.
Mindy had her phone.
Man.
I went out the back door. And walked around the corner to where there was two blocks up there was a hospital where there was normally security sitting in the parking lot. And Jim picked me up.
He's trying. I feel him.
We got it. He said he didn't think we should be moving right away. Thought it was a bad time.
So Jim lives in Savannah?
I don't know where Jim lives.
But I mean, he just showed up right then?
Yeah. He appeared to be in the area. It was not a.
He was trying, struggling.
A long time. He brought me to a Target so that I could buy like a little video camera, like one of those security cameras. He said, this will make you feel safer. Like they're going to be leaving the area, I think. Told me to contact the Savannah Police Department, file a report so that if he showed up at Mindy's mother's place of business, that she could both tell, like, the front desk, like, hey, this
is Nick talking in an interview.
And, like, please call the
For those
police,
of y'all who may have missed it.
This report.
Okay.
Which I did.
Okay.
So I made a report with the Savannah Police Department at that time.
It's Nick during the interview with Investigator Sands.
Thanksgiving week. I think it was the day after Thanksgiving. I believe it was that Friday. Her blood pressure had been really bad, and
Nick's listening very intently. Even Doug was over there, fake falling asleep.
She said she'd had a long conversation with the doctor about the fact that, like, we felt like we'd been stalked for years. We were very worried. I wanted her to go to the emergency room. She had at this point, I think, 3 pretty bad emergency room visits in a row. She had one way back in early 2017. She had hurt her back and we went to the ER at Fort Belvoir.
No, this is good
and
stuff.
The doctor treated her like she was there, like drug seeking, basically. And she was just she was in horrible pain. Sorry, four bed ER visits, and that summer, July 2017, she had an abscess in her mouth that was in a lot of pain, and we went to the emergency room. It was basically like go see a dentist, and she's like, I just want antibiotics until the dentist opens. Like I don't pain medicine, like I just want antibiotics. I'm worried about this infection in my head. We had been to a hospital in Beaufort, the emergency room, when she had COVID in
Probably Beaufort Memorial. Shout out to Beaufort Memorial.
And did not feel like the care was good. And then being going thinking she was pregnant and being told that she had actually lost a baby. She did not want to go to the emergency room. So she talked to this doctor. She said that he was aware of the situation, that he worked at kind of like a birthing center, it was affiliated, like there were doctors there who had admitting privileges, but she thought she'd be more comfortable there, and that we would, and she said that we would get her blood pressure under control, and then we'd be ready to leave. But I was in the process of looking at some apartments for her parents. So he said that he was going to pick her up at some point in the next few days, so that I wasn't driving my car there.
So you wouldn't. I didn't understand. Why would you not drive your car there?
Because we were still very worried about being picked up by Wayne.
And that was the doctor saying he would come by.
Yes, yeah. So I went to look at an apartment. We knew that Mindy's dad had hip replacement surgery coming up, so we were trying to find a place with
I don't know, someone maybe they'll answer
stairs,
that.
or at least some option to avoid the stairs. So I went out. I think this was now. This is either Friday or Saturday of that week.
Okay.
I went out and I met with one person in Savannah. It would not have worked for him. I then drove out to Hilton Head, and she told me that she had fallen twice.
Oh no.
And that she was having some bleeding, she had kind of breakthrough bleeding at points. She said that the doctor told her this was completely normal. 20% of women will have some level of bleeding throughout their pregnancy.
Okay.
So I was in Hilton Head. She said. I said I was worried, and I was going to come right back. She said that the doctor was on the way, and would be back shortly. That she'd be there shortly. That she would let me know. She sent me a message that she had been checked in. That they were going to figure out in the next couple days how long she was going to be there. And
she said she got checked in.
Yeah.
And this was the week roughly Thanksgiving.
Yeah, this was either Friday or Saturday after Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Just getting close to her being murdered.
I came.
Allegedly.
I went back to the house. And she wasn't there, and let Jim know that she was going to this birthing center with this doctor that she had been working with, and he told me so Freddie and Betsy were not there. They'd gone to Hilton Head for
This cameraman's on demon time
Matthew
today.
Works at a kind of Cajun restaurant down there called Kenny B's. They like fried turkeys or something.
Okay.
So he can make extra money if he if he's there for that. So they were down there together. Jim told me when they came back that he would prefer, while we were figuring out what was going on, not to tell them that that she was in the house. That he didn't want them saying something. He was uncomfortable with the setup of her being elsewhere when we had issues just shortly before. I talked to her. We were texting. We texted on and off. Sunday, she seemed.
What do you recall what her number was?
I don't recall her number.
Do you know your number?
No. We switched numbers a lot.
So it was on the Signal app?
Yeah, it was on the Signal app.
Okay.
No, we switched numbers a lot throughout this time, just because we were, if I had one too long, I would start getting texts on it saying, that I found your new number, I'm gonna kill you. That I assumed that I assumed were from Wayne.
Okay.
That's crazy.
And they came back Sunday afternoon. Monday or Tuesday.
Thank you, Julie.
I woke up to a message saying that that she talked to them and they felt like she was going to be there at least an extra couple of days, and that we should be prepared to depart the area as soon as she was released. I was asked to. Maybe this was Sunday. First Sunday, I was asked to get all our stuff in order, to pack everything up, which was no small task. We had a bunch of stuff.
Who asked you that?
She did. So she said hey, can you get things packed up just so we have it ready to go.
Okay.
So I went.
So what did that include?
I mean, it included. We had taken some personal effects with us when we initially left Alexandria that were, things that were important to us, but all our clothes,
Hey, don't
books,
do that.
Electronics, all toiletries, she had a lot of makeup.
You had you haul for it.
Yeah, no. So I figured that at this point I had a Ford Explorer that I had gotten while we were there. I got my Georgia driver's license. I had purchased a new Ford Explorer, and with it had a third row seat that you knock down and create a decent amount of packing space. So I started repacking all of our stuff that had been unpacked for months.
So when did you get that Explorer?
July or August, late July, early August.
I think now might be an appropriate time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. It's 12:30. I'm going to ask you to be back here no later than.
No later than when? Tell us, Judge.
1:45. So you've got about an hour, 15 minutes.
And I wonder, was that the end of it? I want to see, because I think they might keep going with a part 2, because I want to hear the rest of this story that Nick is telling. This is going to be a long clip, but y'all hang out with us. We're going to listen to the rest of it and see if they finish this.
Where did you get it from?
Continue with the audio presentation.
Here we go.
All right, thank you.
That's why it's good to have a delay.
Where did you get it from?
J.C. Lewis, maybe?
And I guess the new question, how did you pay for it?
So at this point, I had received some of the money that Jim had told me that he was helping procure.
And how did you receive that money? Was it, was it cash?
No, it was wired.
Why were they after him?
To my bank account.
Okay. So you just wired the money to J.C. Lewis?
I actually took So they'll get Uber out there, got a cashier's check, and then.
Okay.
Now, he said it was wired, the money was wired to his bank account. If they can show a deposit or something wired to his bank account, maybe his story has some weight. He said to the police that the money was wired to his bank account. Is there a transaction of that? How did it happen? How did it go down? Where'd the money come from? Now it's getting interesting.
Brought it to them.
Okay. All right, so you got that. She wanted you to pack up and pack up everything.
Yeah, and then either Monday or Tuesday, I'm a little unclear which.
Okay.
I woke up to a message saying, actually, take 2 Tupperwares. So we had most of our stuff. We had a couple of large duffel bags, and then we had a lot of the, is Tupperware the right word? I feel like that's for food.
Plastic.
Yeah, like plastic, like a ready-made, like those things. I woke up to that. So I woke up to saying like pack 2 of those in one. Put some clothes of mine.
Should be easy to find out if he's lying.
Extra toiletries for me. Things that I would need for like a week or 2, basically. And hers, she wanted something similar. She wanted some clothes, some dresses, some sweaters, toiletries, books.
And this is her signaling you this.
Yes.
Okay.
Like her Kindle, like some books, she showed those like adult coloring books.
Okay.
Her medicine, and last week I picked up a new prescription for Synthroid. So she asked that I put that in there, and said that I was going to meet somebody. I was going to get a call from somebody, and he would tell me where to drop those off, and that they'd be with her so that she could use them, and then we would have them.
Okay.
You got
So
this
I did
information
that.
on Signal, I'm guessing.
When you say you did that, you just got the containers ready?
I got the containers ready. A man called me, said, "Hey, can you come drop these off?"
And you didn't know who that was?
I didn't know who he was. I assumed he worked with the clinic. He said he understood that we were worried. Would I turn off my phones and use a GP, like an old school GPS unit that we had?
Okay.
I said yes. He gave me the coordinates. It was kind of in the middle of nowhere, but
Do you remember where it was at?
I don't. It was a little outside Savannah, but I don't know much about it. I dropped off the containers with him.
Do you remember if it was on paved road or dirt road?
I think it was dirt. I don't know if that was just the driveway though. I don't know. It was.
And describe him too.
A little shorter than me, probably 6 feet tall. Youngish, like in his probably early 30s. Curly red hair.
Okay.
So he described
very
Jim.
close cropped. I dropped it off. I asked if he needed anything else from me. He said no.
And so you said curly red hair with white name?
Yes, sorry, white now.
What vehicle was he driving?
I don't know.
Just hold on, guys.
House that I thought was his.
House on a dirt road, and you just had coordinates.
Yes.
You didn't have an address.
I did not have an address. He said it was a little hard to find with an address on GPS.
Okay. So you dropped those off?
I dropped those off. I spoke to. I drove back. I spoke to Jim. I said,
Roughly how long did you think you had to travel to get there?
I'm not really sure. I
I
mean,
mean, you took some paved roads naturally from where you went.
30. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know, 30 minutes, 45 minutes. I'm not really sure where he was.
30 to 45 minutes. Was it daytime or night?
It was daytime.
Okay.
It was early in the day. I came back.
When you say early in the day?
Yeah.
What was early? Like, is early to be 4 a.m.?
No, not that early.
So it had been
probably 9, 10 in the morning, something like that.
okay.
I I got back and I spoke to Jim, and I said, you know, I felt that again, I was in a bad situation, you know, saying that, you know, not saying that Mindy was elsewhere.
But you didn't ask when you dropped the containers off to see her.
No, but my understanding was that it was just some guy's house, like,
Okay.
that was not where she was.
Okay. And that this guy was supposed to deliver the bins to Burlington.
Yeah.
Okay.
What did the bins look like? You said like a ring, maybe what? You know what color they were?
I think one was gray and one was black, but I'm not really sure.
Okay.
We went through, you know, we were moving around for a couple of years. We went through a lot of bins.
So that's how you used those bins usually and moved around.
Yeah.
That's how you moved.
Yeah. We had some clear ones at one point that just seemed to shatter.
And when you say that y'all have these bins or tubs or Tupperware, whatever, how many are we talking? Are you like 15, 20?
No, not that many.
How many do y'all normally have? Because I understand y'all have to move quickly.
Yeah, 8 to 10 of them, and then like you know, 3 or 4 bags.
When you were Hilton Head, you had how many?
We didn't have anywhere to put anything except for there, so they were kept in Frank's garage.
Okay.
It's one of those houses that's got the ground level is just a garage, and it's got the living levels of the floors. Yeah, the floors.
All right. So 8 to 10 would be the common.
Yeah, I think
Just
okay.
to throw them in the okay.
Yeah.
But when we bring them in, did they have lids on them?
Yes, yeah. All of our bits had lids. Sorry.
Okay. So you carried stuff out of there. You dropped it off to him.
Dropped it off to him.
You don't remember like how you traveled there? Like did you take the interstate?
I'm not sure.
Some paid, some don't.
Yeah, no. I mean, I didn't go out much while I was in Savannah.
Okay.
You know, like just to get.
But he was on a long dirt driveway.
I believe so. Yes.
Describe the house to me.
It was brown with yellow trim.
Okay.
Not a huge house or anything, but you know.
Just a normal house.
Yeah, kind of like a I don't know the house terms that you call that, like a rambler or something.
Okay. So new vehicles.
Not that I recall.
Okay. All right. And were you alone then, or?
Yeah. He came outside. You know, I unloaded them right off the ground. He said he would take them in. I asked if he needed help. He said no.
Okay. Was Rusty with you?
No, he was not. Yeah, Rusty was back at the house.
Okay. All right. And then what happened?
I drove back.
Rusty.
I had that morning. I talked to
Rusty,
Jim,
man.
Before I left, saying that I was uncomfortable with, you know, Mindy's parents not knowing that she was at the hospital. And he said, you know, before I left to say that I was going to, or before they left, they were leaving for work, to say that I was going to bring her to the doctor.
Do y'all believe this
said that
story?
She was there. He said that, you know, he understood it was longer than expected, but. Like, you know, even when she's on bed rest, like it's not a huge house, but we could all hear her like on the phone. Like I felt like I was.
But it wasn't. And when you say hospital, it wasn't a traditional.
It wasn't a traditional hospital. Yeah.
So you told him that she was at the hospital.
No. So that morning I told him that I was going to bring her per his instructions.
Okay.
And then this is either Monday or Tuesday after Thanksgiving.
Okay.
And then I came back. I talked to Jim again. He said to say that, you know, she's going to be there for a handful of days. That we were, you know, on the last steps of finding a place for them. You know, we were all, you know, I was probably going to be picking her up and departing almost immediately. And that we were going to get them, you know, into a place.
Okay. So basically, you told them that y'all were separating, but y'all would take care of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember what day Betsy and Frank came back?
They came back Sunday.
They came back Sunday?
Yeah.
And other than this trip you took to drop off the containers, did you go anywhere else? Do you recall?
Not that I recall. I might have run out to the store or something, but I don't really remember.
Okay.
I had I got a message asking to pick up a couple things, but I forget.
Look at the prosecutor's face. She's listening to this and this is
I
BS.
forget what else. But I think it was pretty quick. Like I was running up late just to get something at Publix or CVS, which was within a I mean I could have walked there in probably 10 minutes. But
Where did you normally shop?
Like their food, the public. There's a Publix not far from there. We got delivery from there for quite a while, but
Yeah, because a lot of people changed on you.
yeah. But then when Wayne showed up, we were told that I should go out and guess rather than it being like another company that knows where that we're still getting food delivered there.
Another avenue for him to use to find.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you dropped the containers off.
Drop the containers off either Monday or Tuesday. I continued.
So he said he didn't have the
talking,
containers in his possession.
With Mindy through Wednesday.
You said your phones were off and you used the GPS. Do you know what that GPS is now?
I believe it was burned with the rest of my car about a month and a half ago.
Jeez, man, this is wild.
So you continue talking to her up till Wednesday?
Yeah, Wednesday. Just messaging back and forth. She said she was feeling better, and Thursday morning I got a call from somebody saying, could I come pick her up that sometime that afternoon. I forget exactly what time.
Okay.
I was given an address in Savannah. I don't recall exactly where it was. I drove out there that afternoon. It was a brick building. Somebody was waiting outside and brought me into, like an office and said that Mindy passed away.
You said it was a brick building?
Yeah.
How far away from the house was it?
I think within 15-20 minutes.
Okay.
But I think it was driving through like some neighborhoods, like it wasn't like quick going.
So they brought you in. Did you talk to the doctor or?
I talked to a doctor. He was wearing a white coat.
So white coat.
An older man. Not anybody I had seen before.
And they said she passed from what?
At that point, he said that she just passed away very suddenly, and that they thought it might have been her heart, but they weren't sure.
Okay.
I went back to the house and told Betsy and Frank.
Can you give me, you said you had the address. There's landmarks in Savannah that are pretty specific. Do you know where the globe's at?
No.
You've never seen the globe?
I don't think I've ever seen the globe.
You mentioned hospital. Did y'all near the hospital?
Yeah, we were near a hospital.
So you traveled, you said 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Do you remember any other, like, you said it's in a residential area, and it was...
Yeah, I was driving through like residential areas.
Residential areas to get there.
Yeah.
But the building was like an office building?
Yeah, it appeared to be.
So it was a good business?
Like a one level, yeah. Like
So one building. Was there a sign out front?
Not that I recall, but there might have been. I don't know.
What about parking lot? Was it more like
It was almost more like a strip mall. Like there was parking like right in front. Like I pulled in and
you remember any of the stores that were in the strip mall?
No.
Okay. Okay. Do you remember passing anything going by there? Like,
At one point, I drove through a neighborhood that had like larger, nicer houses. I remember
Okay.
that. I've seen the park in Savannah like once, the famous park, but I didn't see it. I didn't see it the entire time I was there. So.
at some point, would you be willing to ride with us and attempt to show us the house?
Yeah.
Or show us the location again and find it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because you understand you'll have like an expedition here and you know all about that.
I believe
I do.
I've already requested to waive it.
You wait through the expedition, okay. So at some point, you'll be coming back, and that's what I was just making sure you'd be willing to talk to us to try to figure out where that location is.
Yes, absolutely.
So you have signed the paperwork to waive extradition?
Yeah, but somebody gave it to me when I checked in here.
Yeah, quick. Usually they text you that easy.
No,
They're ready to get rid of you. I thought you seemed like a pretty nice guy to me.
Thank you.
Get you down. Okay, but at some point you'll be able to work with us to show us where you think that
Yeah.
house is.
Yeah.
Okay. Or business.
Yeah.
Can you describe it any further?
And I mean, I pulled in. I was,
You said somebody came out.
Yeah. So somebody came out.
You listen to Investigator Sam's as well.
He came out, as I pulled in, and brought me right in.
And did they carry you into like a lobby, or did they carry you into a room?
I believe there was like a lobby to the left, and then he brought me like into a different like office, but.
Wow. And then they told you that she passed away.
Yeah.
And what did you do then?
I yelled and sobbed.
Okay.
I mean, I was a wreck. He had some paperwork that he had me sign.
Wow.
Did they give you a copy of that?
No.
Okay. And what was the paperwork?
He said it was just releasing her remains and releasing her medical records so that so that I could have those. He said that he was going to that he was awaiting an autopsy, and that I would be contacted with the results.
We'll see.
Of that.
Okay. And then what you did?
Wow.
I drove back to the house and told Betsy and Greg.
Okay. And then what you did?
I don't really recall the rest of that evening.
Can't tell them about buying a knife, that's for sure.
Next.
The next day, I got a call saying that the autopsy had been completed and that she had a stroke, and possibly brought on by some combination of the high blood pressure and what they said appeared to be COVID related heart damage.
Okay.
So he's lying to the police? What's going on here, man?
I don't know. I wanted.
What is happening?
To be gone, as quickly as possible. I didn't want to be in the house anymore. I think sometime early the next week I got her.
Well, at the time they did this interview, they were taking his word for it.
So early the next week?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. So you drove them to Hilton Head?
Yeah. They packed up their car. I packed up my car with their stuff. We went to a storage unit and their storage unit.
Okay.
They have one right in Hilton Head, and then to the apartment. I moved them in.
Okay.
I went back. I packed up my stuff. I believe I left that night. I drove to Jacksonville to get to get mail. I had mail there that couldn't be shipped. So I did
Mail that couldn't be shipped.
It had alcohol in it. A friend had shipped me some beer, but they did it like, the right way, via UPS. And
So you picked up
so
mail in Jacksonville.
Yep. Somebody contacted me and said that they had cremated her body. I was extremely upset. I thought that I was going to need to make a decision on where she was sent.
You know who that person was?
Now, he said
crazy.
That the fee was $5,000 payable in cash.
Okay. Did you pay that?
I did. I met him the next day in Montgomery. I withdrew $5,000 in cash and
Montgomery,
Alabama. I believe Montgomery.
And how much? I mean, $5,000 cash. I mean, describe him to me.
He was. I saw him kind of very briefly.
White male, black male.
White male, dark hair, average builds. Average height, probably 5'8" to 5'10".
This is a wild
I
story.
gave him the money. He gave me, a bag with her ashes in it. I had ordered I had overnighted.
I just
myself
need to
in
know,
her,
did he lie?
So I had something to put it in.
And where's her ashes now?
Did he lie or
I
no?
scattered them at Havre de Grace.
Okay.
The Chesapeake was one of her favorite places, and it's considered the mouth of the Chesapeake. I scattered the ashes there, and I dropped our.
Where did you said you paid $5,000 cash? Where did you meet him at?
I met him right in downtown. I believe it was Montgomery. It's whichever one of Birmingham and Montgomery is further north.
Like Big Winkies, or where did you meet?
Yeah, he gave me a street address and just on the side of the road.
Okay, 7 minutes out of the road.
Yeah.
And you got the ashes.
Yeah.
How were they packaged?
They were in a thick, clear plastic bag with then like a kind of like nicer velvet bag around them.
Okay. What was the drive?
So can they verify that?
I think an older white SUV, but I'm not exactly sure.
Okay.
That's what sticks in my mind.
But he called and provided you with the address to meet side of the road.
He called.
But you don't remember that address or anything around?
No. I remember it was kind of like down. It's my first time in Alabama connecting. But it seemed like kind of like the downtown area.
What else did he give you?
He didn't give me anything else.
He might be an excellent storyteller. I don't know.
Did you ever inquire about a death certificate?
No, I did not. No, I should have.
Wild. This is crazy, man. I don't know.
And then what happened?
I drove to St. Louis for Jim's instructions.
Had you told Jim that she had passed away? That he passed?
Yes, I had.
What did you tell her she
Sheesh.
passed? And that mother and father.
Mother and father, they told her brothers, her best friend,
Who's that?
Angela Wynn,
Okay.
a former co-worker of hers, Elizabeth Seeger.
Okay.
This is a wild one, man.
You said best friend. Who was that?
Angela Wynn.
I didn't write that down fast enough. You said it.
That's okay. Yeah, W-O-Y-N-N.
Okay.
Angela Elizabeth. Her prior boss, Joe West, he was kind of hard to get in touch with.
Joe West.
Yeah.
Okay. Who else?
Her friend DJ, I forget.
This is not
David-
cross-examination,
David John,
though.
I think is his name.
Okay.
Or David, I don't know.
David something?
Yeah.
Okay.
And her friend Anisha, I forget Anisha's last name. Well, Pryor.
Okay. Okay. And so then, after you left Montgomery, you said you went to
St. Louis.
St. Louis.
Yep.
What did you do in St. Louis?
Filed for a legal change of name.
Okay.
He was on the run for real.
And what did you change your name to?
Nicholas Killian James Stark.
And that's what I put on the
Yeah.
form. Okay. Okay. And
We picked out that last name together. We had been given a list of choices from Jim, you know,
okay.
what he thought were fairly anonymous, one-syllable names, and
All right. How can I get in touch with Jim?
I don't know.
Okay. How would you get in touch with Jim?
He would message me daily, and I would respond. His number would change, and then I would just switch to the new number.
Wow. This sounds like a book for
You said
real.
you change phones and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So how, when you get out, how are you going to get in touch with Jim, I guess?
I don't know. I haven't been in touch with him for.
Okay. He'd have to find you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you said at first that he told me that he was an FBI agent.
Yeah. Yeah, we had both filed online reports about things, and then he showed up at the house.
All right, so you're St. Louis, you changed your name. Where'd
A
you go from
movie,
there?
yeah. I agree.
From there, I went to Pennsylvania to see a friend,
Okay.
and then I went to
And who's that friend?
Sam Kolesnik.
I think I'm going to last name.
KOL
K-O-M.
ES NIK.
Okay. Okay.
Now my wife.
Okay,
This is
all right.
pretty quick thing.
You said it was pretty quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Had you and her had an online relationship for quite a while?
No.
Okay. When did you meet Sam?
We started talking kind of that fall.
The fall of
Fall of 2020.
2020?
No, sorry, 2022.
Fall of 2022. So you and Mindy were still together?
Yeah.
Okay. How did y'all meet?
Twitter.
Okay. Okay. And so then you the relationship developed then?
Yeah.
Or-
Yep. I went to Charlottesville to see some friends. I still kind of lived in that area.
Okay. And what happened then?
Jim told me to move to Wilmington.
Okay. So when did you get married?
April 21st.
Okay. So you married Sam. Okay. And Jim said move where?
Don't go to Wilmington.
Okay. In Wilmington, North Carolina?
Delaware.
Delaware, okay. And did you?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And then where did you move?
Then I was there for a little over 2 months, and then I moved to Pennsylvania,
Okay.
Lancaster area.
You mentioned earlier that your car had burned.
Yeah, so two things happened,
Okay.
which led me to
No, this is
stop
before.
talking to Betsy and Frank. We had a conversation, and I had mentioned to them.
I'm sure they'll talk about the receipts.
And several nights later, I was unpacking some things into the place I was staying. This was in February. And came down, and somebody was in the car. Grabbed a backpack with 2 computers and a phone in it, and took off.
So 2 computers and a phone.
Yeah.
And so they were stolen when?
February of this year, 2023.
Okay. And did you report those stolen?
I did not.
Okay.
I spoke to Jim. He said that he felt it was very suspicious that this had happened right after I had told Betsy and Frank where I was, and that he was going to take some time to look through it, to look into the situation.
Okay.
Just over a month later, I was driving and my car started acting funny and then burst into flames.
How long had you been driving that day? Like it immediately started up and drove it and burned out?
It happens, but that's highly unlikely.
I was coming down a hill to make a turn. It felt like it was a little harder to steer than it should have been. I felt something a little strange. I smelled something a little strange. That at that point I wasn't sure what it was. Around here you get a lot of farm smell, so that's not unusual. I stopped at a point where it seemed fairly, straight in both directions. It was kind of a windy road. There wasn't a shoulder, and realized there was smoke in the car. I got out. I crossed over, so I was out of traffic, and realized that my phone was on the passenger seat.
Okay.
I opened the passenger door, and fire kind of came out. Right. I hit my head on a tree. I had some burns.
Did you get your phone?
I didn't get my phone.
Okay. You hit your head on the tree and it had some burns.
Yeah, I burned. I don't know if you can still tell. I don't have hair. This eyebrow. I lost a lot of hair on the side of the head. I had some face and neck burns.
And you just told me that I don't want to take you out of that. So that would have been when?
This was March 20th.
Okay, March 20th. All right.
So,
did you call the fire department or were you?
I did. I called 911. I didn't know where I was. I had to find a cross street. Police and fire department came out and paramedics. And then we went to the emergency room later that day, and the nurses were really upset. They said that I had burned hair inside my nostrils. Mm-hmm. That's a sign that fire has gone down the throat, and so I have not, I don't know what caused the fire. It was in the same area that the bag was stolen from, which is something that did raise my suspicion, but at the same time, that last year's Ford Explorers had some fire issues. So
those Ford Explorers?
Yeah, they had multiple recalls for
was it fire in the engine department?
Yeah.
Okay.
The gentleman who towed it, I went out to look at it, and it appeared to be. He said it appeared to have started in the passenger side of the engine block, but he couldn't be sure.
The driver said passenger side of the engine block.
Yeah. So I've.
What did your insurance company say?
Insurance company seems to think it was mechanical and not tied to that. They just asked at the end of last week for the title so that they could close it out. So that it might not be related at all.
So you haven't got a check yet?
Yeah. Yeah, it's taken a while.
What company is it?
Cure? Who? Cure? C-U-R-E? It's a small regional company.
You might want to change insurance.
Yeah, no, that's I've been told.
Do you remember how much you paid for it?
43, 44.
Okay. You'll probably get like 20.
This is 38. I was actually surprised. Yeah, I was very surprised. Yeah, so shortly after the fire, my friend Cameron Nelson reached out and said that Betsy had called her and said that she had been told I died in an accident.
And what did Cameron tell her?
So Cameron at this point had not spoken in a little while. Cameron said that she had not heard from me. She said that Betsy asked if she knew where my will or trust may have been drawn up, and Cameron said she did not know, and
did you ever call him and tell him you were alive?
I did not. I was a little concerned about where I spoke with Jim. Probably one of the last times we spoke, and I said, why do they think I'm dead? And he said that he had not had any contact with them, and that he didn't know. He didn't know where that had come from, and that he would recommend. Not contacting them.
When's the last time you talked to Jim?
Last time I talked to Jim was probably sometime that week, last week of March.
Okay.
Maybe the following week, maybe the first week of April.
Okay, and when's the last time you physically saw him?
Last time I physically saw him was, I think the first week I got to Wilmington. He showed up.
Okay. And when was that?
That was the week before, between Christmas and New Year's.
What's the last phone you used to contact Jim with? Do you still have it?
I do still have it, though it doesn't still have service on it.
Okay. So if we give the number for Jim, we could get it off that phone.
I think so, yeah, it should.
Give them the number. I want to know what they found.
But did he only communicate you through Signal, or where you get like emails from him, or?
No, I don't think I've ever received an email from him.
Okay. So how did y'all share the software development if you never emailed?
He can send files through Signal.
Okay.
Interesting. What shady stuff was he
What
into?
company Jim was selling or brokering the software to?
No.
No.
I mean, he said different things. At some points he said Microsoft.
Yeah, I want to call him. I don't want to call
said,
him.
Maybe there would be a government use, but I was never sure, and I thought that was kind of part of the point for him was that he didn't want me to know.
Okay.
I mean, he worked for the Pentagon.
So you're telling me I didn't
It
scatter
was a Jag.
What's that?
I didn't scatter these ashes?
You didn't scatter these ashes. What about what happened next? What do you remember next?
Honestly, things have, things have been kind of quiet.
Don't look at the camera. Off.
I
Investigator saying it's weird.
Make sure I understand. How did you meet Jim?
He showed up at the house one day. I was at work and spoke with Mindy.
Okay. And came to the house where?
Alexandria.
Okay. So he kind of followed y'all down and kept following you, and
Yeah. I don't know where he was normally. I don't know where he resides. I don't know.
and he says he's a white male.
White male, probably late 40s, light brown hair, gray on his temples. I don't know. Between 5'10" and 6 foot, I would guess.
Okay.
Fairly slim.
Do you know where he could have been originally from or what company he worked for?
No,
Okay.
no, he didn't.
He just first introduced as FBI.
Yeah, I wasn't there that day.
He's describing himself.
You know, and then later on, you know, when we asked about it, you know, there were so during like 2018 and 2019, there were, you know, there's just, you know, points where things would get like really scary, and you know, we would, and there was like a weekend where he said, you know, he felt that we would be safer leaving the house for the weekend. I think it was a holiday weekend.
So he's just doing this basically for free?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he works basically security for free?
Yeah.
Okay. And he moved multiple states?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, you saw him in multiple
we've
states?
seen him in multiple states, yeah.
So when we moved, you would see him, he would come and...
Yeah, I don't know if he, you know...
You'd see him in the new location?
We'd see him in the new location. I don't know, you know, I've assumed that he was actually living in the, you know, the low country area, the Savannah, Hilton Head area, when we were there, just because we saw him more often there than we'd seen him anywhere else.
And at some point, tell me about how the software thing became. Maybe I were sitting drinking beer and come up with that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to end it there. Unfortunately. Dang. This is a long interview. I'm gonna have to remember where we left off because we won't be able to hear the rest of it until Monday. Dang. This is wild, man. I gotta shout out a couple people, and we unfortunately gotta get out of here. We hit our time, but man, this is wild. Shout out to Will Wallace, major sponsor of today's show. He said, Proton Mail, WhatsApp, etc. If everything communicated needs to be encrypted, not recommended. At least that's what I tell my daughter. Shout out to Will, raising them right. Amy's in here in the cake. She been waiting. She sent that one a while ago. It's way past lunchtime, Amy. We're gonna take care of that though. Shout out to Amy for the super sticker. We've got Les Cleaver in here with the 5 bomb. Says the days of wine and roses is over for Nick. Maybe he can request a cell next to Brian Koberger. Oh man, y'all think this is over? I think we have a lot of information we're missing. And shout out to again Will with the 20 bomb. Says Kassotis has an extremely large the audacity to consider removing someone else's from their body before considering his own monument of hell on his shoulders is just wrong. Good grief. Oh man, Will, I don't know about that one, but I appreciate the support. You might have to clarify that one for a little bit for me later. So I appreciate you though. Thank you for the 20 bomb. Shout out to Amy. It's that time, y'all. We are going to be live tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time doing something non-trial related. So if you want to check out some of the music from the independent artists here in the community, make sure you stop by the show. It's going to be a good time. Thank y'all for the love and support. Thank you to all 1,200 of you that liked the video. We will be dropping videos as we go throughout the weekend, so y'all don't want to miss out. Got some news to update you on as well. So I hope y'all have a great weekend. I will see you in the next video. And as always, you know what to do. Keep growing. Keep pushing. Keep it classy. We gone. Peace. Man.